Hello guys, it's the Mighty Gebra back with another video, and I'm here with Percival, Knight of the Flames, or Percival 101, you
Yo, what's
introduce
up?
yourself. Yeah,
Yeah, yo, what's up? We're finally gonna get around to doing that debunk we were requested to a while back when it
yeah,
comes to crisis scaling.
yeah. We're going to debunk, we're going to analyze Crisis's video and see what we can, we're going to see if we can see what is wrong with it and hopefully correct any mistakes and
Yeah,
uh
there's a decent bit. There's a decent bit of wrong, but
okay.
that's okay.
Like I said before, Percival, or if I ever said it in the previous videos, I specialize in Disney material. You're gonna have to carry me through the Legends stuff.
Yeah, don't
Uh,
worry. I got you, man. I got you.
all right. Uh, okay. Let me share my screen. You can see everything, right? Go to the screen.
Hang on. Yep, I can see. We're good.
Okay. All right. Oh, and always remember, Percival, when you want to say something, tell me to pause the video.
Yeah,
Uh,
I got
should we
you.
play the video at like 1.25 speed or place it at normal speed so you can keep up?
I think we should just do it normal speed so people can understand it fully and it will be able to keep up.
Yeah, let's make this watchable.
Alrighty, here we go.
Okay.
Darth Vader, the fallen Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, turned into arguably the most feared Sith Lord of all time. Among the
That is
many
true.
grievances with his past he'd endlessly grapple with during his days, watching the world through red lenses and a Durasteel helm, was the rage and indignation he felt for the Jedi Council, overseers of his rank and respect, which he, even at the time, felt wrongly accused and judged by. The Revenge of the Sith novel even sees Anakin coming within a hair's breadth of raising his saber to Master Windu, just as he was told the iconic phrase,
You are on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master.
Today, I'd like to pose and answer the question, if given the chance, at a time when he'd most crave revenge against them, could Darth Vader, Lord of the Sith, defeat the Jedi Council in its entirety? If, with an additional lifetime of Sith teaching and
Huh?
Real quickly, I'm gonna say before we continue. No, he can't solo the Jedi Council. Although by Empire Strikes Back, he could definitely beat 99.999% of the council. The only one who's beating him is Anakin.
Oh, okay.
Continue.
training, could he seize what he'd briefly considered all those years ago, fight off Windu and his peers, which would likely stand in his aid? In this video, I'll be taking a look at each combatant's power levels, saber skills, force abilities, and the like, all within the universe in which said statement was made, Star Wars Legends, to see if Vader, in his hate, had ever surpassed the group with which he perhaps felt the most wronged by. To put this into more practical terms, I'll be judging if at his peak of power, could Vader replicate what Sidious did against Mace's team, but this time against the entire Jedi Council. As far as continuity is concerned, that's always a hot topic with Star Wars. Obviously, a lot has happened regarding the nature of the franchise since George Lucas sold the company in 2012. We have statements that the canon tier
Hold on, let's read this. Well, actually, I won't read it just so this video doesn't take twice as long, but
You're just gonna leave it there for a bit.
you could pause. No, but I'm just gonna say you guys could pause the video and read this. It's pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
makes sense. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
once clung to by many a fan are no longer existing internally. Yet, new Legends content has been developed since then, such as the Star Wars The Old Republic expansions, comic issues, and the currently in development Knights of the Old Republic remake, which, yes, is reportedly not cancelled, it just changed developers. Seeing this, as well as the fact that George Lucas is not involved with Star Wars now, including Legends, it should be fair to simply view the EU as one would any other franchise, which in my opinion would be based on consistency.
Okay, what do you want to say?
Let's go into the Discord chat. I'm gonna ping you right here. Where it says start right there. Click on that. Then click on where that is linked to. We're gonna go to the top.
Okay.
Let me scroll up real quickly because I have something to say about this real quickly.
All right, that's fine. Take your time.
Yeah, let me just scroll up real quickly. All right.
Interesting.
So, whether you are scaling the EU or Legends, George Lucas should not be ignored, as most, if not all, of George's scaling are based on concepts that were written in the verse. In shows such as the Clone Wars, and even movies like Return of the Jedi. This is especially the case if you go by the EU, as Lucas is the ultimate authority and can only be overridden by the continuity team when it comes to continuity issues. Like, for example, George Lucas once said Jango Fett was not a Mandalorian, but of course, that causes major continuity issues. So in this rare case, the continuity team could override Lucas. You can click on the image.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's the same continuity. Georges, who wasn't behind anything we did in the EU, regardless if he marked off a checkbox okaying it for us to use in the EU or not. If there was a contradiction, it was the EU that had to benefit George's current vision.
Okay, now let me try explaining what this means. Say that, and I know I'm going to rustle a lot of the Old Republic fans as jimmies, but imagine if Luke said that Exar Kun is stronger than Palpatine or any Jedi in the Order 66 era. Now, George Lucas goes back, looks at that book, and starts talking about the Order 66 era. And in the production of that description of the era, he says, or he writes, whatever you prefer, it states, the Sith in the Order 66 era were the absolute strongest. Darth Plagueis was the most powerful Sith Lord who ever lived. His apprentice went on to become the strongest and most powerful, dangerous Sith that ever came. I mean, that means that Sidious victimizes Exar Kun, and he victimizes all the other Sith before the Order 66 era. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, this is the whole reason the hierarchy was meant to be made, so we can have some consistency going here.
Yeah,
because there's a bunch of accolades saying all sorts of shit.
Yeah,
even like the Old Republic. Even like the Old Republic has like supremacy statements, but they don't make sense, and they clash with the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, and in Legends, they're it's a little bit inconsistent because there are books that came before the movies, while the novels for the movies state something like Vader. Okay, so in the novel, I think there is an encounter with Vader, suited Vader, and Elder Obi-Wan. And uh, you know that scene where Vader goes, "Oh, back all the way back then, I was but the learner, but now I am the master." Uh, Obi-Wan in the novels, Legends says, "Oh, you're definitely stronger than before you went your way," or something like that. But George Lucas kind of came in later and said that uh, Darth Vader was stronger in the Order 66 era, if I recall correctly.
I'm
So
actually glad you bring up. I'm actually glad you bring up that example because this is kind of exactly what happens. George Lucas states that the Phantom Menace is the prime of the Jedi. It's where we see the most Jedi fire. It's where the light side is at its peak, until the Clone Wars and shit. But like when I say Jedi fire, I'm referring to like all the light side energy that is there. It's all from the Jedi, not from the ones.
okay,
So
we're
yeah,
gonna.
that Jedi
Hey,
fire.
Percival, I want you to
Yeah.
do me a favor. You
Yeah.
can't talk like everyone knows about this. You have to describe it
Okay.
like this is
I'm
their first time
I'm
hearing
trying to.
it.
Okay. So the Jedi fire is the living force. The living force is a concept that is talked about in the Clone Wars show. You remember it, right? It's the show where Yoda's like talking to the Wills.
Yes, yes. It's also implied how Anakin was born. It's like the midichlorians communicated with the Force, or or Percival told me that it had to do with a supreme being who like made the Force. Uh,
Yeah, that's kind of what's going on.
yeah,
It's kind of weird.
it's a little
It's
bit
been
weird. Now, there's this misconception in Disney and Legends that Palpatine and Plagueis made Anakin. This is not true. This is not true. Uh,
Yeah. What Plagueis and Palpatine tried to do is create the ultimate dark side being, a being who can wield the dark side like nobody else. And while Anakin can do that, that's not because of them. That's because he was born from the will of the Force, essentially.
Now, let's not. Now, I do want to bring it up, but that isn't to say that Sidious and Plagueis didn't have a part in the Force making Anakin, because it's
Oh yeah,
implied
they
throughout
definitely.
the material that their power caused a makeshift imbalance in the Force that the Force wanted to correct.
Yeah, the Force fought back. It essentially got pissed off at them for trying to create the strongest dark side being ever. It's like, oh hell no!
I was
I'm
like,
I'm I'm birthing. I'm
I
birthing the
said,
chosen one because of that.
hold on, let me make double, no, 10 times what you were trying to make. And then I'm going to sick it on you guys.
Yeah, okay. Regardless, to put it in simple terms, though, the Jedi fires the living force, and that's at its prime in the Phantom Menace. So yeah, I know this is not going to be something a lot of engines.
What?
But yeah, that puts Qui Gon
No,
Jinn
no, no,
above
you gotta
Grand
repeat that. You
Master.
gotta repeat that. Your voice, you kind of spoke too loud, and like
Okay,
the
hang
mic.
on. I know this is not something you're going to want to hear, but yes, this means like people from the NJO, like Grandmaster Luke, is weaker than like the Phantom Menace Qui Gon Jinn. That's just how it is.
Yeah. So Grandmaster Luke in Legends, he doesn't, he can't beat Qui Gon. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, I know he has crazy. I know he has crazy feats, but that's just because of medium distortion. I'm sorry. That's just how it
I
is.
remember there even being a Star Wars game where Luke is training his new Jedi Order, and there is a threat of an ancient Sith coming along and kicking all their asses. He said they would have to work, all of them would have to work together to beat that Sith.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with the Phantom Menace saying that Darth Maul is stronger than the Sith of old, uh, I know that you guys can put two and two together, but it that literally implies that Darth Maul in the Phantom Menace would literally maul Luke's new Jedi Order. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Um,
So
some noteworthy concepts worth at least briefly mentioning. We're not going to go in depth on this because like this would take even longer. Trust me, it'd take even longer to go through this.
yeah,
But some noteworthy concepts worth at least briefly mentioning is dark side corruption, how the Bainite Sith Master and Apprentice bond works, how the Living Force works, how Vader kills the Living Force, and what exactly does it mean to be the Chosen One. There's also some concepts at play that does make this question actually valid. Vader, although not as powerful as Anakin or his pre-seared self, is a monster in its own right by Empire Strikes Back. In the ESB mentality, without an emotional attachment, he is essentially unbeatable. You can click on those images if you
not
want.
only that, but
This is
now he's mentally amped by being told that Luke is his son. This is in hold on. Where's the book? Okay, I think I have the book right near me. It's in the Empire Strikes Back book. It's by the New York Times best-selling author Adam Gidwitz or Jidwitz. I don't know how to pronounce it. But there's a lot of this book is really good. This book is really good. You guys should really read it. Uh, the narrative in the prequels is it's revealed that Anakin or Vader is powered by a furnace heart. This allows him to release his potential, and throughout the Clone Wars, he learns to control it better, and it finally completes itself during Revenge of the Sith, the beginning of the movie where he fights Dooku.
Yeah, yeah. I'm actually glad you brought that up because that's something we'll be addressing later on as well. But yeah, he lets loose he like unlocks his furnace heart in his battle with Dooku, and then during like Operation Nightfall, he essentially crushes that. He crushes the dragon, his conflict, and then like he's not just fully letting loose anymore. He's turning that into like dark, like all darkness, corrupted living force. It's like insanely OP. This is from my buddy, good buddy Velias. He's a really big Star Wars expert. People hate his scaling, but it's just how it is.
Nah, they would probably hate me because when I started doing some research on Legends, I went into the Book of Sith book, and what's his name? Percival could tell you. I found a scan where it's directly stated that Bane's Sith is stronger than the Sith before him. Like Bane's Sith plan would make it so his Sith are stronger than they were in the Old Republic.
Yeah, it's even stated Bane has the fire of the Sith of old. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it's crazy because the vitiate guys they'll tell you, oh, he's a Force god. He doesn't consider himself a Sith. Okay, now here's the problem with that. Okay, and I watched Star Wars: The Old Republic and Coder 2. You guys do know that that was Valkorion, but Valkorion is the weaker part of Tenebrae and Vitiate. Like when they meet up, they view him as trash. Like Valkorion is not the strongest part. Now, this is important because Vitiate and Tenebrae view themselves as Sith. In Legends, Tenebrae is what we call a pureblood Sith. From what I understand, being a pureblood Sith allows you to conjure up a lot of dark side energy naturally and use a lot of sorcery. That's what at least that's what I get.
Nah, bro, Bishy is as powerful as Palpatine.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the funniest thing about that interview because like they cherry pick what it says. Like they said, oh, it's hard to imagine that the power gets higher after that. But the thing is, he doesn't say the power didn't get higher after that. It's just that it's hard to imagine that it did.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand why this is such a problem for people to understand.
Yeah.
George Lucas was not going to have his villain be weaker than some third party author. It's just that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, okay. Continuing on.
All right.
This is only the case if you do not take the hierarchy into account and ignore Keepers of Holocrons, but I 100% disagree with this. If we do this, it throws out consistency out the window. Any random accolade could be used, even accolades that outright contradict each other. The hierarchy was made to bring order and consistency.
Exactly.
G-Canon is the 6 Star Wars movies. It's also George Lucas's directives. There's T-Canon, Star Wars The Clone Wars. C-Canon, the expanded universe books, comics, video games, etc. And S-Canon, alternate choices.
Yeah. G canon is the 6 Star Wars movies. This is the canon that George Lucas generally describes. T canon. This is works that George Lucas involved in his 6 Star Wars movies projects like Star Wars: The Clone Wars. Then there's C canon, which is all expanded universe comics, video games, etc. Some of them are technically in line with T canon, like the Revenge of the Sith video game.
Yeah, that's actually technically G-Canon because Lucas was heavily involved in that.
Yeah, at worst, it's technically like T canon, but it's not really C canon. It'd be dishonest to say that.
Even if it was C-Canon, it wouldn't really be a big deal, honestly. But yeah, continue.
S canon, some pre-Zon works and alternate choices in video games.
Like Knights of the Old Republic, for example.
Yep. Because if you mixed all of those alternate choices together, Things get confusing. Let's just say that.
It wouldn't work. And then
Then,
there's non-canon. Star
yeah.
Wars Infinities and alternate endings to video games. Now, just
Uh,
because something is non-canon, I want to make this clear real quickly, since I'll be using some of this stuff later. Just because something is non-canon and doesn't fit in the timeline, doesn't mean the concept itself isn't canon. Like, for example, Anakin killing Mace, Vader overthrowing the Emperor is a concept that is, in line with the timeline. The concept could have happened easily.
yeah, I agree with that.
All
I
right,
agree with that.
we can continue the crisis video now, since that's it for now.
Okay.
Consistency, as well as more so the media itself, rather than an author's interpretations, especially when, many times, sources would go against said creator's intentions, with even Lucasfilm licensing staff at the time stating that lower-tiered sources would be deemed more canonical than higher-tier sources.
Yeah.
Like I brought up earlier, he is kind of have a point right here where he's going to say that there's potential for lower canon sources to override higher canon. This is true, like the continuity team with continuity issues. But it is very rare and is disingenuous as hell to say just because sources have the potential means that any source could just override Lucas now. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Uh, keep in mind, we should keep we should keep the latest statements in the highest regard when it comes to Lucas, because his vision evolved over time. Like, if I recall correctly, the Yoda and Sidious, like, he had a different plan with them. Like, he regarded them as cheap, like, where Jedi and Sith were like these these villagers that defend the land. Like, Sidious and Yoda were like chiefs of the tribe that like taught them everything they know. Now,
Yeah.
if you go into like Lucas's greater, like, later sources, you can blatantly see that, like, Sidious and Yoda are also one of those villagers that protect the land or destroy it. So, like, you can't do that. Also, keep in mind, Lucas also had a statement in the original trilogy where he said Obi-Wan was stronger than Sidious, which we know isn't true, because why would he lose to Vader, and why would Vader be afraid of the Emperor when he could just easily usurp the throne? You guys don't see the problem with that?
Exactly.
All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
Depending on certain factors listed on screen here. As is with canon and legends, contradictions are taken at a case-by-case approach, so my arguments in this video therein are informed by my personal assessment based on information hence stated. With that said, just because George said or thought something at one time, that's not especially relevant when news sources state otherwise, and when the media itself consistently favors.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to explain.
I really don't agree with this. What he's saying is like newer sources can just like retcon because Lucas's directives are older and outdated. That's not why
that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
that's not why the hierarchy was made. It was made to bring consistency.
It was made to
Like I
bring
said.
consistency and fit with George Lucas's vision. That's literally
Yeah.
why the canon hierarchy exists.
Alright, so let's continue.
Okay, let's go.
contrasting interpretations, evidently favoring quote-unquote lower tier information as opposed to George's. What I'm going to do here
What?
Lord dear.
Are no, we're not. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna be honest. Why should we continue with this video? He's literally
Because he's very
he's trying to prioritize lower tier material over the guy who has the highest authority in regards to that group.
I think we should continue, not only because we were asked, but he's a very popular guy, and he spreads a lot of misconceptions.
Okay, you owe me one.
Here is make my way up, describing the subjects of Vader's hate, surmising their best feats and accolades, before comparing them in bulk to the Dark Lords. The Council as of Revenge of the Sith would include Stas Ali, Agan Kolar, not Coleman Trevor, the other Coleman, Saucy Tin, Opa Rancis, Kit Fisto, Plo Koon, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Shaak Ti, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Mace Windu, and Grand Master Yoda. In general, it's been stated that the High Council are the most adept, skilled, and powerful among the Jedi, so even members like Rancis, Coleman, Ali, and such should still be superior to lower-ranked knights or masters based on that. Despite not boasting any crazy feats or statements beyond
pause this for a second.
Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since he's bringing up the Geonosis arena, real quickly, I want to bring up. I haven't seen the scan yet, but Valiance has informed me of this, so I'm going to at least bring it up. I think it's funny he's using the Geonosis arena to try and upscale Vader, because Lucas calls the threat there, the droid army that the Jedi faced, the greatest threat ever at the time. So any Jedi that survived that droid army, they are in the category. Even background characters are some of the best Jedi of all time. Period.
Yeah, I always found it skeptical that people would try to downplay the Order 66 era Jedi with the Battle of Geonosis. Like, I think people missed the point with that scene.
Yeah, let's continue.
He is a master of Ataru, the acrobatic and kinetic form primarily utilized by Grandmaster Yoda. He's held in high regard by his peers, being trusted to defeat the former Jedi Aurra Sing, someone who had already dispatched with 2 Jedi Masters on her own. Yoda even stated that among all the Jedi, Mundi was the most skilled to bring in a Dark Jedi. This was around the time of the Phantom Menace, mind you. While there certainly are more skilled fighters, this is still a very impressive accolade. He's among the top 10 most adept duelists of all time. He can use the Force to instill fear in others, heal himself, and even sense lifeless droids. He was even stated on StarWars.com to be in the upper tier of the Council, alongside Yoda and Mace Windu, which if taken at face value and interpreted to mean Force power, it makes Mundi one of the strongest Force users in the galaxy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not gonna rant too much about this, but rank does not equal power. It's a good indication of how powerful he is, but there are other better Jedi in the Council who have better feats and accolades. That's all.
Yeah, it's true.
By far. Plo Koon is, without a doubt, one of the most powerful and skilled Jedi of all time, with a nearly unmatched control of the Force. Darth Maul, around the time of Phantom Menace, holds him in the same breath as Mace Windu, thinking they'd each be a great test of skill. This is
by the way, I recall there being a statement that Plo Koon beat Yoda in a duel. Did that happen or no?
It's a rumor that's happened, but I take it as author intent that Plo could realistically beat Yoda. It's honestly not that crazy either, based on the statements we get throughout the Clone Wars. Like, Savage is stated to be a threat to any Jedi, and Plo Koon is like contending with him.
Oh shit. Okay. That guy fucks.
Mm-hmm.
is consistent with his ability to briefly clash with
Oh, he's
Savage
got shown
Press,
off right here
Maul's
as well.
brother, who
Oh, he look at the coincidence. He actually brought it up.
Doing something useful for once.
based on statements from Dooku as well as his training under Maul, stronger than he'd ever been until then, would place him as more powerful than Maul around the time of the Phantom Menace. With Plo managing to saber clash and dodge Oppress's strikes, with the Sith apprentice resorting to tearing off Plo's breathing mask to claim victory. It's even rumored that the Keldor Jedi defeated Yoda in a duel. However, based on guides, he's probably safely below the likes of Yoda, Mace, and Dooku.
Posit. That's fair and all. I could see the interpretation of that, at least in terms of like dueling. That could be valid and fair. Just because you beat someone doesn't mean you're better.
Yeah, I mean, he said he's the most skilled of all Jedi with a lightsaber, and that Yoda is perhaps the only one who can outdo Count Dooku in a duel. But the way they word it, it's perhaps is used like up to chance. Like it's not like an 100% thing. That's the context of this.
Yeah, at the very least, if you think Plo is less skilled, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But I don't want you thinking like Plo is out of his league. He can contend with Yoda. There's no reason to think otherwise.
Yeah, that's why I was getting at. Okay, let's go.
As an example, so the rumor is probably just that. Still, he boasts the unique ability to cast
Pause that. Let's go back to Discord because I got some stuff here for Plo Koon that we might as well bring up. I pinged you.
Okay.
Would you like to read this part?
I both agree and do not agree with this assessment. It is true that Yoda is probably more naturally skilled and powerful than Plo Koon, having far more hype than Plo. But Plo is no slack himself. He is a ridiculously powerful Force user, easily comparable, if not superior, to the likes of Palpatine and Yoda. But how does it make any sense that he is so powerful? Inherited power. One major reason is that Plo Koon comes from arguably the most powerful Force-using family in the lore. Plo Koon's uncle. Wait, that's his uncle? How old is Plo Koon then?
I have no idea, honestly.
Huh. Plo Koon being very powerful due to being descended from a long line of Jedi is an oft-repeated statement. Wait a second. How can the Jedi be Jedi if they have attachments? How do you have sex and have children without attachments?
I don't even know. I don't even try and comprehend that, bro.
Okay, the Force runs strong in my family. My uncle was a Jedi Knight, as I am, and my niece, Sha Koon, was at the Jedi Temple, and this I counted on. Plo Koon, Republic number 39. I also acknowledge the Council's observation that the Force runs strong in my family. My uncle was a Jedi Knight, as is my niece, Sha Koon. Plo Koon, Jedi vs. Sith, the essential guide to the Force. His family had a long tradition of producing Jedi, and Plo Koon was one of the most outstanding of his generation. Oh, so he's stronger than his uncle. Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Source: Vehicles and Starships, number 66. Kel-Dor Jedi Council member descended from a long line of Jedi. Source: CCG Coruscant Plo Koon. Jedi Council member Plo Koon was an intrepid warrior descended from a long line of Jedi. Source: Top Star Wars Evolution Plo Koon. This stern and imposing Jedi sits on the High Council and comes from a long line of Jedi who have all been strong in the Force. Source: Hasbro Plo Koon action figure. Kel-Dors also possess highly developed extrasensory organs, which can enhance a Force user's power. This attribute of the species helped create the long line of Jedi that produced Plo Koon. Fact file number 123. The Force runs strongly in Plo Koon's family. He was descendant of a long line of Jedi. Source: Star Wars Databank Plo Koon. One of the 12 members of the Jedi Council. Plo Koon is a courageous warrior who comes from a long line of Jedi. His hand-to-hand combat abilities are legendary. He also uses his Force powers in combination with his extensive scientific knowledge to produce startling effects against his opponents. Source: Power of the Jedi Force Files. Plo Koon was descended from a long line of Kel-Dor Jedi Knights. Source: Power of the Jedi Sourcebook. This Kel-Dor Jedi Master descended from a long line of Jedi and was one of the last members of the Jedi Council. Source: The Complete Star Wars Encyclopedia. The Force connection in the Koon family is likened to that of the Skywalker family. Over the centuries, many of the Koon family have been Baron Doe. The Force runs strong in that line, as it is said in the Skywalker line. It is said of Plo Koon that he never grew weary of living among oxygen breathers, of having to cope with claustrophobic masks and strange faces. Me, I would grow weary of it within weeks or months. Source: Fate of the Jedi Outcasts. Yeah. Oh. Now, I know you're thinking this, but Plo Koon is still too slow to react to Mace Windu's strikes, despite being able to see when and where they'll be made. How is he a top-tier fighter? Simple. It's banter from Windu. The game's Prima guide confirms that when Plo fights slowly, it's by choice, not lack of ability. As quick as Koon is, he can be a very defensive fighter, often slowing him down to his detriment. Source: The Clone Wars Lightsaber Duels Prima Guide. Plo Koon reputedly defeated Yoda in a duel. I've heard you're one of the only Jedi to have ever beaten Master Yoda in a duel. Source: Anakin Skywalker, The Clone Wars Lightsaber Duels.
And we might as well show them the video that says that, since I sent it there.
While it is hearsay, nothing in the game contradicts this statement, and it seems far more likely than not that it was the writer's intent that this be based in truth, or at the very least conceivable, rather than some kind of lie. In any case, it suggests that both the writers and the Jedi in-universe viewed Plo as not incapable of beating Yoda, so it's at the very least conceivable. Hold on.
Alrighty, guys, yo,
Okay, do you have a timestamp?
Go about a minute in, and we'll see if it's there. It should be around there.
Spirit. I heard you're one of the only Jedi.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is.
Skyload.
I heard you're one of the only Jedi to have ever beaten Master Yoda in the... I fear these dark times.
All right, that's all we need to see.
Ah, man, it's a shame they interrupted it, but you get the idea. It was shown. It was said.
Okay, I can read the next part if you want.
All right.
Based on touching a sliver of the kyber crystal, Luke realizes that anyone possessing the entire thing would be all but omnipotent. Licking his lower lip, Luke cautiously probed for the splinter of a finger. Touched it. It felt exactly like what it resembled, a piece of glowing heartless glass. But the sensations that coursed through him did not come from his finger, were not carried by the nerves in his skin. He quickly drew back his arm as if he'd contacted a live current. Luke? What is it? The princess exclaimed, suddenly concerned. She stared accusingly at Hala. You hurt him. No, little pretty mouth, I haven't hurt him. He's been startled, and shocked, and surprised, much as I was when I first contacted the crystal. Leia faced Luke. What did you feel? I didn't feel anything, he informed her softly, now utterly convinced of the old woman's sincerity. I experienced it. This, and he indicated the fragment of red mineral, increases one's perception of the Force. It magnifies and clarifies? In proportion to its size and density, I think. He gazed hard at Hala. Anyone in possession of the entire crystal, if it's much larger than this fragment, would have such a lock on the Force that he could do almost anything. Anything at all. Source. Splinter of the mind's eye. That's a pretty insane accolade, by the way. That's like a chosen one level accolade. That's how insane that is.
True.
A master of the Force, which Plo Koon indisputably is, getting the crystal would have galactic repercussions. No one says so, little pretty. Facts say so. By touching the fragment, Luke here set up a tiny but perceptible stirring in the Force. I felt it. It might have traveled no farther than this tavern, or it might have affected sensitives halfway across the galaxy. There are Force sensitives in the Imperial government who might feel such a stirring. However, she continued with a shrug, as I said, the sensation might have gone no farther than myself. Can you take that chance, Luke? If you're both with the Alliance, as I'm pretty sure by now you are, then the Imperials should be real interested in Luke. Here. From what I hear, they don't like to think of there being anyone on the rebel side capable of handling the Force. Besides, boy, you know what kind of damage a Force Master can do with the entire crystal in his hands? Can you take a chance on the Empire finding it first? She looked almost apologetic. Sorry, but I had to do something to shove you both past the no-return point. Couldn't risk having my first really secure helpers back out on me, could I? Source, Blur the Mind's Eye.
I'll read this.
And okay, yep, there you go. And before you do that, though, this actually supports the Chosen One little accolade, what they're about to do right here. Go ahead.
The Kyber crystals powers return Luke and Leia from death. The crystal magnifies the Force. He chuckled and choked. What good is that now? I don't know, she shouted angrily. You wanted it. Well, there it is. Damn it. What more do you want of me? What more can I do? She shook both hands at him, furious at her own helplessness. Nothing, Hala. He smiled gently at her. There's nothing more to be done, I guess. He reached down, fondled the crystal. It feels warm. Good. You're crazy, she snorted. It's a cold hunk of rock. No, it's warm, he insisted. Funny kind of warmth. Unconscious, he fell back, both hands still clamped tightly around the crystal. Hala stood, turned away. Stupid old woman, she cursed herself. Stupid, selfish old woman. I should have helped him when it might have done some good. I should have. She hesitated, frowned uneasily. Was it growing lighter in the Shadow Temple? She turned, and her eyes bulged. Luke's motionless form was enveloped in a rich red bath of light. In his hands, the crystal shone with a brilliance unnatural. Nor was the light still. It shifted, fluttered, ran over him like a live thing. It sought out every extremity, each finger and follicle, like the St. Elmo's fire of old on the rigging of a sailing ship. After several long, rapturous moments, the radiant envelope shrank, sucked up by the crystal, which resumed its normal coloring. Luke sat up so abruptly that Hala was unable to repress a short screech. He blinked once, looked at her, hesitantly, as though she were about to greet a ghost. She edged toward him. "Luke, boy?" she husked querulously. "Hala, what happened?" His head turned, his eyes coming to rest on the silent pit which had swallowed Darth Vader. "I remembered that. I also remember, Hala, I died." "You must have found it boring," she replied without smiling. "It was the crystal. Something in the crystal. The Force?" "Don't remember," he insisted, shaking his head dully. Then he reached down and touched the princess's shoulder. "Leia, you were holding the crystal," Hala explained slowly, "in both hands. Remember the old legends how the temple priests could heal?" "I don't understand," Luke murmured. But he hefted the crystal, again in both hands, closed his eyes and tried to concentrate and relax at the same time. The glow from the crystal intensified. "I understand," came a voice out of Luke's body that might or might not have been Luke's. The crimson glow emerged from the crystal again. It started up Luke's arms, only to halt at the elbows. Holding the crystal with one hand, he opened his eyes. Like a man sleepwalking, he reached down. One fingertip touched the princess's face, traced the scar left by Vader's saber. As he traced it with the red glow, the scar vanished. Hala could see the skin moving, folding and healing behind it. Slowly, wordlessly, as a rat, Hala watched. Luke proceeded to trace each of the wounds Vader had inflicted on the princess. When he finished the final one, he placed his open palm first for a lingering moment over her heart, then her forehead. Then he sat back. The glow from the crystal subsided to normal. Several more minutes passed. Uninjured, her beauty restored, Leia Organa slowly sat up. Both hands went to her head. "Are you all right, Leia?" he asked solicitously. Solicitously? Huh. Okay, let me continue. She winced. No, she winked stared at him.
Win-
Winced or winked?
Winced.
She winced, stared at him. Luke, I have the most awful headache. Headache, he echoed. He turned, smiled at Hala. She has a headache. Source splinter of the mind's eye. The only other time Leia has been returned from death itself was from Telatni herself, reaffirming Kuhn's crystal parity / superiority. Hold on. Oh, this is not good.
Yeah, the quality isn't that
The
good.
quality is
That's it.
not good.
Regardless, they can see the image. They can see them getting revived. That should be good enough.
Should be fine. Just wish there was a better way to do this.
And then after that, you can click on the link I sent. This is a proof it's also celestial parity because this is like what the Father is doing.
Yeah.
Anakin, now!
Everything has trans.
Oh, come on.
You can skip ahead a little bit as well.
As I give it to. The Jedi. What
Here
have
it
I
comes.
done?
Do not hate him, Father. It is his nature.
No. All is lost. The balance has been broken. I thought by bringing you here I would... But I have destroyed everything.
Can you help her?
There is no light. The evil has been unleashed, and the dark side shall consume her.
You must help her.
I cannot undo what is done. There is no hope.
Yes, there is. There's always hope.
Then let my daughter's last act be to breathe life into your friend.
Hey, Snips.
What's going on?
Not much. It's good to see you.
There we go.
Yep. Well, you saw it. You saw it, guys.
At this moment, Yoda turned and Dooku gasped. Whether it was the play of the Holomonitors, beaming their views of bleak space and distant battles, or some other trick of the light, Yoda's face was deeply hidden in the shadows, and for one terrible instant, he looked exactly like Darth Sidious. Or rather, it was Yoda as he might have been, or could yet become. A Yoda gone rotten. A Yoda whose awesome powers have been utterly unleashed by his connection to the dark side. In a flash, Dooku saw how foolish she had been, trying to urge the old master to the dark side. If Yoda ever turned that way, Sidious himself would be annihilated. The universe had yet to comprehend the kind of evil that a Jedi Knight of nearly 900 years could wield. That's the source is Star Wars Dark Rendezvous. Keep in mind, this is literally the same Tyrannus, who's overall better and more dangerous than Order 66 Darth Sidious on paper. That's what I hold at least. And yet a dark side Yoda has him shitting bricks, if you will. So yeah, Yoda's hype is pretty insane, but Plo has some stuff to level the playing field. Here's the Soul Calibur profile, confirming that Yoda has a 20,000 midichlorian count. This is approved by Lucas himself, so it's essentially G-canon level material.
Okay, they didn't even give us a blood type for Yoda. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Plo Koon has some pretty ridiculous powerful equipment on hand, and I'm talking like Chosen One levels of power equipment. Plo's armored talons are say they increase his force projection powers, much as the Kyber crystal was reputed as being capable of. The same crystal we just talked about. Based on a traditional Keldor design, armored talons have a twofold purpose. First, they help protect one's fingertips from injury in battle, but more importantly, they can focus and increase the range of a Jedi's force projection powers, much as the fabled Kyber crystal was said to do. You want to read this next part?
yeah, I'll go ahead. Based on touching a silver of the Kyber crystal, Luke realized that anyone in possession of the entire thing would be all but omnipotent. Licking his lower lip, Luke
You know what?
cautiously.
Never mind.
Yeah,
Never mind. We
we
can
already.
skip that. We actually
Yeah,
read that.
yeah.
um,
Wait.
let me
Did we
see.
we already read this? Did we?
Yeah, we did. I did not mean to put that twice. Ignore
Uh,
that.
yeah, it's
Interesting
fine.
enough, these are also the same kind of accolades KFB/Zonikin gets, being all powerful and invincible. He made a pact with the devil to be able to become all powerful. But of course, when he did that, she didn't want anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her. Once you're powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. Source? George Lucas, The Force Interview 2010. Source? Making a Revenge of the Sith. But George sees it as an outburst of almost accidental anger that Anakin then has to suffer the repercussions for the rest of his life. Anakin thinks he's done the right thing in killing all the Jedi, so George wanted me to come to the scene with enthusiasm. Things are good. I'm the most powerful man in the universe, and I'm going to be able to save Padme.
You guys can see the scan here. And the
This one's a
next source is the
quality.
archives.
This quality isn't the best, but it's at
Yeah,
least
it's
I can at least read it. I can at least read it. George Lucas. He hears that Padme died. He got put on the operating table before he got a chance to save her, and she died. So it's more railing at the gods or the fates that, given another month, I could have saved her. He thinks he was powerful enough in the landing platform before Obi-Wan intervened. So he looks at it as a bad luck or fate that he couldn't get the thing accomplished in time to save his wife. George Lucas. Yes, her soul has been crushed. The thing that breaks Padme's heart in the end is that Anakin says to her, "Come and join me. I have all the power now. I can rule the universe, and you can do it with me." So the idea of saving her life has become a minor issue. And that's when she says, "Wait a minute, this is not what I want, and you're not the guy I fell in love with." However, Anakin is still more powerful. I just thought that was at least worth mentioning. Source: Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith adult novelization. This is Anakin Skywalker, the most powerful Jedi of his generation, perhaps of any generation. The fastest, the strongest, an unbeatable pilot, an unstoppable warrior. On the ground, in the air, or sea or space, There was no one even close. He has not just power, not just skill, but dash, that rare and valuable combination of boldness and grace. He's the best there is at what he does, the best there has ever been, and he knows it. We're gonna stop there for now. We can go back to the video.
All right.
Light side version of Force Lightning called Electric Judgment, with the dark side variant stated to weaken someone's life directly and being nearly impossible to deal with even for the most skilled warriors. An all-around great Jedi Master. Shaak Ti is a master of Makashi and Utaru, style sported by Count Dooku and Yoda respectively. This is a good mix, as Form 2 isn't really renowned for its power in contrast to Utaru, so she's very wise to have seemingly combined one style's strongest suit to another where it's more so lacking. With the strength of Form 4 compensating for the more composed and measured approach Form 2 grants the user. She was as well seen combating General Grievous towards the twilight of the Clone War, with it being fair to say she got embarrassed by the Kaleesh warlord. As for her fight against Starkiller, I covered his power level in my recent video pitting him against Cal Kestis. However, it's safe to say that Shaak doesn't quite scale to even Galen's most impressive feats, as he grew far stronger later on into the Force Unleashed 1.
Why do you think Galen is better overall on paper and whatnot, especially when you take the historic mode shit in the context and as an argument? Shaak Ti would absolutely shit stomp Galen in the Force Unleashed, like in the Empire era. She would shit stomp him, at least her PT self, because she's scaling to all this living force, you know, this Jedi fire we brought up.
Yeah.
That Galen just wouldn't have.
Yeah, but
That's all I got there.
keep in mind, in the Force Unleashed novels and extra material, like it's indicated that Shaak Ti like had Galen by the hair, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, I do think Galen is better overall on paper, because, like, you got the whole historic mode scaling. Like, if you take that at face value, you can get Galen above Tyrannus, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, there's also better statements that he has.
Yeah, I use those in conjunction with the historic mode scaling to get Galen over. I got him in the top 10 easily.
Alright.
Anyways, let's continue.
He learned more and more about his secret origin, so she more or less ends up as described. Aegon Kolar, Sassy Tin, and Kit Fisto all make up Mace's select strike force, and
hang on, pause it real quickly. I'm just gonna make a quick little joke, aka the Jobber Squad. They really walked up in there to fight Sidious just to get fucking blitzed and no diffed.
I mean, to be fair, like Sidious used an ancient Sith technique called Force Scream and like disoriented them. I mean,
yeah, they also didn't.
like,
expect him.
I mean, keep in mind, if they had just believed Anakin from the jump, it probably wouldn't have worked on them. But because they weren't expecting Anakin to have told the truth, and the Chancellor to be a powerful Sith Lord, like they just kind of lost out.
Yeah, they also didn't probably expect him to be this powerful because of their arrogance.
Yep.
So they just get like they see this like almost like essentially all powerful Sith Lord, and they're like, yeah, we can handle this. We can handle this.
I was like, and then Sidious was like, this ain't Geonosis, motherfucker.
Yeah, let's continue.
Alright.
For reasonably be the top of the council, barring Anakin, who is obviously kind of pushed aside for his perceived lack.
I'm just gonna pause it real quickly. They're not the top of the council. We just showed what Plo Koon can do. He would ragdoll the hell out of these guys.
Yep.
Continue.
of wisdom and experience, with Shakti even having said as much. Kolar in particular, beyond just being hyped up by Mace, pretty much only boasts the feat of defeating Quinlan Voss, a fairly impressive Jedi Master. Saucy Tin, another generically top-tier Force user and saber wielder, shown sparring with Mace on occasion, and Kit Fisto, who was able to pretty easily bully Grievous earlier in the war, and was kind of embarrassed by Plo Koon when fighting the bounty hunter.
Pause real quick. I just want to address this real quickly. I'm not going to go too much in depth. I wouldn't say he easily beat Grievous. Not with the kind of like statements that we're getting told about this encounter. In fact, it's kind of implied that Grievous is nerfed. That's all I'm going to say, though.
Alright.
I'm not going to go into too much detail on that.
Okay.
Hunter Dirge. He's a master of Shi-Cho, or the first lightsaber form, often touted as the most basic and fundamental. However, he was able to use this style to spar with Obi-Wan for hours soon after Attack of the Clones, with the latter being the definitive Soresu warrior. His intent sensing is renowned, being able to read an opponent's emotions very clearly. He was also the only Jedi among Mace's squad capable of parrying even a single attack from Sidious, besides Mace himself, for what that's worth. Obi-Wan Kenobi is the master of Soresu, a defensive style founded on the principles of blaster deflection. His best feat is most likely managing to combat Darth Maul and Savage Opress at the same time. However, Obi's defenses against Maul's force attacks always seem lacking, which is consistent with Dooku managing to ragdoll Obi in Revenge of the Sith via the Force. Yet he was able to just prior press him.
I just want to say this before we continue. Dooku is built different. What can I say?
Yeah, let's just say that.
Continue.
When skill was concerned. So it seems like when he's most focused, he can manage impressive displays. However, beyond that, I hate to say that I find the Negotiator's power to be very, very overhyped. I find this to be based on his perceived defeat over his once apprentice turn to the dark side. While he obviously did win, we can't ignore the context here. Anakin was conflicted on Mustafar, stated blatantly, with Vader weeping and suffering an identity crisis in the wake of his recent and terrible actions. Obi-Wan even admits that Anakin wasn't paying mind to his own defenses and was in a blind fury when he lost. Obi, post-Attack of the Clones, conceded inferiority to Fisto. He got manhandled by Dooku many times. Both of these fighters would be lesser than that of the actual PT top tiers. Mace did imply he was the only one who could defeat Grievous. However,
hang on. We can let this go a bit further. Actually, hang on.
So continue.
Yeah. I'll let you know when
Mace
it's time.
himself was actually entirely capable of contending with the droid general, and even crushed his chest with the Force, which weakened him leading into his fight, which Obi-Wan barely won, as officially stated. There's just too much going against Kenobi being even close to the likes of an unconflicted Anakin, or Mace, or Yoda, and by extension any threats that scale to them. Their power levels and saber skills included. Even if he just outright beat Maul, he's pretty much always pushed to his limits, with Sidious casually ragdolling Maul after he resorts to his raw power. So the same situation is likely to occur if Obi were to combat the likes of Anakin, Mace, or Yoda, seeing as they all scale to Sidious. That's not to say he's totally irrelevant, as of course he is on the Council, and based on feats, he'd still be above the lower level Council members like Rancis, or even Mace's squad. It's likely that if he was on Coruscant, he'd be chosen to help bring in Palpatine as well. Of course, that would end awfully for him, which Yoda pretty much said point blank, but regardless. Speaking of Mace, Windu is actually known as the Master.
Now, before we get on to Mace, which I'm not going to go over too much, let's go over the context of the Tyrannus fight. Because Tyrannus is kind of honestly underrated.
Wait, did you have like a Discord?
Yeah, go on to Discord. I tagged you, and then I'll start reading. Whenever you're up there, are you up there?
Okay. Where is it?
Okay, this is something I would like to address real quickly. While it was true Obi-Wan and Anakin were able to pressure Tyrannus in dueling, like Anakin, Tyrannus being a prodigy in a similar light to Anakin when faced with near death, it is very likely that he grew and adapted, whether that be raw power, skill, or both. He tried to will his own mastery into the two learners, to lend some of his own strength to each of them. Yet as they marched deliberately forward, even deeper into the herd, a strange thing happened. While Barris held her own, Anakin seemed to grow stronger. It was as if, faced by the challenge and the very real proximity of death, the Force grew within him. Obi-Wan did not entirely understand what was happening, but at the moment he was far too preoccupied to examine the phenomenon. This is implied by the Lucas RTS video game. The RTS video game Lucas approved and overlooked, as well as Tyrannus seemingly sees this duo as nothing but a joke. You may play the clip.
While you can.
Come, gentlemen. 2 young Jedi against 1 old man. This is pathetic. You're about to experience true swordsmanship.
Now, this is pretty damn impressive, as Anakin and Obi-Wan with their Force bond and perfect styles that match with each other to the point they are considered unbeatable and peerless Jedi Knights together. The Revenge of the Sith novelization. Together they are unstoppable, unbeatable. They are the ultimate go-to guys of the Jedi Order. When the good guys absolutely positively have to win, the call goes down. Obi-Wan and Anakin always answer. Whether Obi-Wan's legendary cleverness might be Anakin's raw power straight up no rules is the subject of schoolyard, fistfights, crunch pool, wrangle matches, and pod chambers stink wars across the Republic. These struggles always end somehow with the combatants on both sides admitting that it doesn't matter. Anakin and Obi-Wan would never fight each other. They couldn't. They're a team. They're the team. And both of them are sure they will always will be. God, that's so sad.
Yeah, it really is.
Say what you will about the wisdom of ancient Master Yoda, or the deadly skill of Grim Mace Windu, the courage of Adi Mundi, or the subtle wiles of Shakti. The greatness of all these Jedi is unquestioned, but it impales next to the legend that has grown around Kenobi and Skywalker. Source: Wide Vision. Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, the rescue mission. 2 Jedi starfighters zoom into the thick of galactic battle above Coruscant, dodging enemy firepower as they continue onward. In a bold move, the Separatist droid army has kidnapped Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. Now, peerless Jedi Knights, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker must brave considerable odds to rescue him, as laser blasts in space flak across explode all over around them. The exceptional star-piloting abilities of these gallant heroes are put to the test in a dazzling display of aerial maneuvering. And of course, we got the Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith gallery. Infiltrating General Grievous' flagship, the Jedi found the Chancellor bound to a chair in the spacious observation deck. Waiting for them was Count Dooku. Obi-Wan and Anakin challenged the Sith Lord as a team. Dooku proved a formidable opponent. He force-pushed Obi-Wan like a ragdoll against the wall of the quarters, knocking him unconscious. Obi-Wan never saw Anakin defeat the Count or coldly behead him at Palpatine's goading. Anakin alone having even more raw power than pre-66 and Darth Sidious before he's bolstered by Obi-Wan with their Force bond. Source: Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith adult novelization. Still though, Dooku had some reservations. This had all come about too quickly. Had Sidious thought through all the implications of this operation? But I must ask, my master, is Skywalker truly the man we want? He is powerful, potentially more powerful than even myself. Which is precisely, Dooku said meditatively, why it might be best if I were to kill him instead. Are you so certain that you can? Please, of what use is power unconstructed by discipline? This is impressive. Yeah, I'm not going to bother reading that end bit. It doesn't continue on, so. This is impressive, as Anakin is described by the Wills as being the most powerful and skilled Jedi of perhaps any generation before the application with Obi-Wan. Source: Star Wars Episode 3 adult novelization. I've already read this earlier, but as you can see the scan right there.
Okay. This is Anakin Skywalker. the most powerful Jedi of his generation, perhaps of any generation, the fastest, the strongest, an unbeatable pilot, an unstoppable warrior, on the ground, in the air, or sea or space. There is no one, not even close. He has not just power, not just skill, but dash, that rare, invaluable combination of boldness and grace. He is the best there is at what he does, the best there has ever been, and he knows it.
Tyrannus literally having the Force mastery to best the greatest duo of the Clone Wars to the point he is considered almost unbeatable and holds his ground against Anakin's full light side potential while hindered, although ultimately losing regardless. An experienced and powerful Jedi, Dooku quickly learned the teachings of the Sith. His master of the Force made him almost unbeatable in combat. Tyrannus on the Invisible Hand having the real power of the dark side, which previously belonged to Palpatine before Tyrannus corrupts his living Force energies, absorbing dark side energies from his master, allowing him to surpass his master, at least temporarily. But you can also make an argument for Order 66 because Anakin just scales so high. He called upon the Force, gathering it to himself and wrapping himself within it. He breathed it in and held it whirling inside his heart, clenching down upon it until he could feel the spin of the galaxy around him, until he became the axis of the universe. This was the real power of the dark side, the power he had suspected even as a boy, had sought through his long life until Darth Sidious had shown him that it had been his all along. The dark side didn't bring him to the center of the universe, it made him the center. He drew power into his innermost being until the Force itself existed only to serve his will.
Okay. This is
This is
impressive.
impressive. Go ahead.
You can go. You can go.
This is impressive as Anakin is the greatest Gemso duelist he has ever seen. Skywalker's Shin Ready stance had been a ruse, as had his Hitaru gymnastics. The boy was a Gemso stylist, and as fine as one as Duke had ever seen. His own elegant Makashi simply did not generate the kinetic power to meet Gemso head to head, especially not while also defending against a second attacker. That is the Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith Adult Novelization. Alright, I'll let you read this next part.
Alright. Invisible Hand Kenobi being even more impressive than the post-Invisible Hand Oneness Kenobi that beat General Grievous, as Anakin and Obi-Wan's abilities are bolstered when fighting together in combat. They are two halves of one single warrior. Their trust in one another and complementary styles have helped mold them into a virtually unstoppable team in battle. Equally dangerous to Separatist enemies, whether flying wingtip to wingtip in space or fighting back-to-back with lightsabers on the ground. Even in the company of famous Jedi warriors such as the lethally efficient Agen Kolar, Starfighter Ace Sussy Tin, or Swift Sussy Tin, or Swift Kit Fisto, Obi-Wan and Anakin have gained flashy reputations as the Republic's champions in the Outer Rim sieges. So just a quick review. This means that when Anakin and Obi-Wan work together, they are the strongest fighter or fighters on the Jedi Council.
They're like the greatest duo ever, like pretty much. Like they're actually absolutely insane.
Yeah, I can see that. Source: Order of the Jedi, General Obi-Wan Kenobi. Blade to blade, they were identical. After thousands of hours in lightsaber sparring, they knew each other better than brothers, more intimately than lovers. They were complementary halves of a single warrior. Why does it feel like they're describing a light side rule of 2?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah, I can see that.
Anyway, source, Revenge of the Sith novelization. It was not the Jedi way to laud one Jedi Knight above another, call one apprentice greater than the next, but in the sense of Obi-Wan and Anakin, accepted practice simply did not apply. Anakin Skywalker was proclaimed a child of prophecy. Obi-Wan was his master, his reputation formidable. Together they appeared invincible. Source, Clone Wars Wild Space.
The duo gets so much hype, man. They're constantly being called unstoppable and invincible.
Post Invisible Han Kenobi alone being considered the greatest master of Surisu of his time, if not of all time. Before Obi-Wan had left Coruscant, Mace Windu had told him of facing Grievous in single combat atop a Maglev train during the General's daring raid to capture Palpatine. Mace had told him how the computer slave to Grievous's brain had apparently analyzed even Mace's unconventionally lethal Vapod and had been able to respond in kind after a single exchange. He must have been trained by Count Dooku, Mace had said, so you can expect Makashi as well. Given the number of Jedi he has fought and slain, you must expect that he can attack in any style, or all of them. In fact, Obi-Wan, I believe that of all living Jedi, you have the best chance to defeat him. This pronouncement had startled Obi-Wan, and he had protested. After all, the only form in which he was truly even proficient was Surisu, which was the most common lightsaber form in the Jedi Order, founded upon the basic deflection principles all Padawans were taught to enable them to protect themselves from blaster bolts. Surisu was very simple and so restrained, defense-oriented, that it was very nearly downright passive. But surely, Master Windu, Obi-Wan had said, you with the power of a pod, or Yoda's mastery of a Taru. Mace Windu had almost smiled. I created Vapod to answer my weakness. It channels my own darkness into a weapon of the light. Master Yoda's Ataru is also an answer to weakness. The limitations of reach and mobility imposed by his stature and his age. But for you, what weakness does Surisu answer? Blinking, Obi-Wan had been forced to admit he'd never actually thought of it that way. That is so like you, Master Kenobi, the Kuran Master had said, shaking his head. I am called a great swordsman because I invented a lethal style. But who is greater, the creator of a killing form or the master of the classic form? I'm very flattered that you consider me a master, but really, not a master, the master, Mace had said. Be who you are, and Grievous will never defeat you. So now, facing the tornado of annihilating energy that is Grievous's attack, Obi-Wan simply is who he is. Source, Revenge of the Sith novelization. At an hour and 4 minutes. Wait, is that an hour and 4 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, at an hour and 4 minutes, Matthew Stover says that Mace is popularly considered to be the greatest duelist, but that Mace thinks Obi-Wan might be better. He also agrees Obi-Wan is the only person they can send after Grievous. At an hour and 17 minutes, Matthew Stover read all of the stuff Grievous appeared in because he didn't know much about him, which led to him reading The Labyrinth of Evil. It makes sense for Stover that Mace would send Obi-Wan after Grievous' Labyrinth of Evil's events. After Grievous's Labyrinth of Evil's events, as he fights Grievous and he can't beat him.
Mm-hmm.
As stated earlier, Tyrannus has the Force Mastery to hold his ground against Anakin's full light side potential while hindered, although ultimately losing regardless. And all for nothing, because a nuclear flame has consumed Anakin's Jedi restraint, and fear becomes fury without effort, and fury is a blade that makes his lightsaber into a toy. The play goes on, but the suspense is over. It has become mere pantomime. As intricate and as meaningless as the space-time curves that guide galactic clusters through a measureless cosmos. Dooku's decades of combat experience are irrelevant. His mastery of swordplay is useless. His vast wealth, his political influence, impeccable breeding, immaculate manners, exquisite taste, the pursuits and points of pride to which he has devoted so much of his time and attention over the long, long years of his life are now chains hung upon his spirit, bending his neck before the axe. Even his knowledge of the Force has become a joke. It is this knowledge that shows him his death, makes him handle it, turn it this way, and that in his mind examine it in detail like a black gemstone so cold it burns. Dooku's elegant farce has degenerated into pathetic melodrama, and not one shed tear will mark the passing of its hero. But for Anakin, in the
the fight is supposed to be there. I don't know why it
in the
wasn't.
fight is only terror and rage. Source: Revenge of the Sith novelization.
And then here's some gifs of the fight.
Yeah.
This, of course, being Anakin's full light side potential. As seen in Path of Destruction, one calls on his full potential through freeing himself of his limitations. That is how Anakin can unleash this inner balance power. Anakin doing this is calling his full potential, loosening everything from within. In Anakin's case, the entire Force. Anakin was created to act as a conduit for the dark side to flow fully to the surface. Then he went on the attack. In the past, he had always been afraid to surrender his will to the raw emotions that fueled the dark side. Now he had no such limitations. For the first time, he was going on his full potential. Source: Path of Destruction novelization. We also got this Old Republic source right here from Keldith Fear gives temporary power, and passion is easily manipulated. Real strength from the Force comes when one is no longer afraid. Regardless, in the movie/novel, it is especially impressive Tyrannus lasts as long as he did when you take into account even Tyrannus' unparalleled perfection of Form 2 Makashi is still at a disadvantage against Anakin's Form 5 Gemso. Count Dooku's calm and measured moves make him a master of Makashi. However, the form lacks great power, and Dooku meets his match against the Force of Anakin Skywalker style. So yeah, about that.
Yeah, you gotta repeat that. Your voice kind of blurred out.
Count Dooku's calm and measured moves make him a master of Makashi. However, the form lacks great power, and Dooku meets his match against the Force of Anakin Skywalker style. Source: Mysteries of the Jedi. So yeah, I
Yep.
took that scan right there from one of Crisis's videos. It was worth grabbing. So you can read this next part.
Alright. When Anakin unleashes his power with his focus, he is an 8 or 9 when the established system only goes up to 8 levels. Anakin hasn't learned the mental side of it, but when he does control his emotions, he is a 9. Later, the system has 9 levels, not 8, but Anakin, as he should be, in complete control of the mental side of it, is that level beyond. That is now level 10 in the new system. What's important to understand is that this level is impossible. It does not exist. Much like bringing people back from the dead and landing the invisible hand. These are the limitations of the Star Wars universe, and only the Chosen One can exceed them, because of his nature. Old system. There's up to 8 levels. Yoda is an 8, Mace Windu is an 8, Obi is a 7, but if you miss a level, it's a bit like taking drugs to get enlightenment. Anakin is the perfect example of messing with the established system. I've got him down as an 8 or a 9, which doesn't really exist, says Gillard, for explaining that by turning to the dark side, Anakin skips some essential steps. Source Nick Gillard 2005 press tour. New system. Theory. Was there ever a level 10? Gillard says, well, it's funny you should say it because when George first said it to me, he only got to 9, and that's exactly, I thought, I wonder, if for him, the chosen one, the real, when you get it really right, what Anakin should have been was a 10. Maybe you're a perfect 10, yeah. Theory says, that would have been, you should really tell Hayden that. Source, Star Wars Theory interview with Nick Gillard, 2023. Note, what he should have been is not referring to the Sith Anakin, who would have been twice the Emperor. It is referring to the Anakin had Qui-Gon raised him, to balance himself properly without the Jedi hindrance, like we see Anakin do versus Tyrannus. Although it should have been like that all the time, this is the Anakin that is level 10. Nightfall Vader even higher on the scale. If you haven't learnt it, there's a danger of you abusing the Jedi. It sounds ridiculous, but all those things give you something to work with and give you a much greater understanding of why he's like he is. He didn't learn what he should have learned, but he was enormously talented. He didn't learn the mental side of it. Source Nick Gillard, Revenge of the Sith commentary with cast and crew. The gap between each tier is ridiculous, and the gaps between the tiers increase as the tiers increase, like a Richter scale. Anakin becomes a level 9. George knows the levels. Myself and George talked about levels and how it was. But it's not like a black belt. It's more like a Richter scale. So the difference between 8, Obi is an 8. So the difference between an 8 and 9 is enormous. Oh, so Obi-Wan got updated to an 8. Okay.
He's even higher than that. He's even higher than that with the scaling in the Clone Wars to keep in mind, to be honest. But it's a good it's a basic way of understanding his power. It's a good way of understanding.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, Source Nick Gillard, Revenge of the Sith DVD commentary. As you can see, the gaps between tiers keep getting bigger and bigger. The gaps are humongous, and Anakin is at a level that doesn't even really exist. Source Richter scale.
So yeah, this is just showing how a Richter scale works for those who didn't know.
Oh my god. Yep.
Anyways,
So if Anakin is a 9 or a 10, compare a major earthquake to a great earthquake. That would be
I,
insane. You're talking
it's
about
actually
a.
like. You go ahead.
Oh, no. Continue. You'll probably say what I was
I,
going
I
to.
was I was about to say like it's actually impressive like that Dooku does as well as he does against a tier 10.
Mm-hmm.
It's like one of the best feats of all time. Like he's so underrated, criminally so.
True. It's
Uh,
it's crazy because if you look on the Richter scale, where you look at it at an 8, which is a major earthquake, it's 123 billion pounds, and a 9 is 4 trillion pounds, where it's a great
mhm.
earthquake and not a major earthquake. That is like a stomp gap in power.
Yeah, and Tyrannus still lasts 12 seconds, even with a form disadvantage. And the
True.
GOAT. Anyways, Anakin arguably was pressuring Tyrannus in AOTC even more than even Grandmaster Yoda. To the point he has to play dirty and like willingly weaken his augmentation to trick Anakin and fill him with overconfidence. That's brave of you, boy, but foolish. I would have thought you'd learned your lesson. I'm a slow learner. You have unusual powers, young Padawan, but not enough to save you this time. Don't bet on it. Anakin! Armed with both his and his master's lightsabers, young Skywalker attacks with fresh resolve. Dooku is driven back under the young Jedi's vicious offensive. Anakin's confidence grows as Dooku appears to weaken. Then, with a single expert move, Dooku evens the battle. Unwilling to give ground to the superior swordsman, Anakin recklessly attacks again. And we know what happened in the movie. He lost his arm.
Yep.
Tyrannus being stated in multiple sources of being exhausted and after taking care of Anakin and Obi-Wan, and that he only fled because the clone army was on its way. Sensing his opponent's fatigue, Yoda at last reveals why he's considered the most powerful of the Jedi. Dooku was already tired from his duel with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker when Yoda arrived. The Count knew he was outclassed, and soon sought safety in a fast escape aboard his ship. That bottom part is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Master and pupil. Dooku had defeated Obi-Wan and Anakin Skywalker, but he met his match in Yoda. The battle with Obi-Wan and Anakin had taken a lot out of Count Dooku. Though he is a former Jedi Master and a renowned lightsaber duelist, he deactivated his Crimson Blade and caught his breath as he contemplated his fallen foes. Then, as a ripple in the Force washed across him, Count stood straighter as a look of confusion and disbelief flickered across his face. Dooku now sensed the approach of his old Jedi Master Yoda. Obi-Wan had hoped to delay his victorious opponent long enough for him to help to arrive. Padme had only just been able to find a gunship to take her to the hangar, while Mace Windu was involved in a struggle against two of Dooku's dark acolytes on the valley floor below. Interesting how they explained that away. Master
True.
Yoda had sensed Anakin's pain and anger at the perceived loss of Padme, and knew that he was needed. Where Obi-Wan and Anakin humbled, his arrival was timely to say the least. Enter Yoda. His glimmer stick tapping the cold stone floor, Yoda advanced to the hangar. He acknowledged shapeshift, but Dooku wasted no time in launching an attack. Yoda, the Count said, had interfered for the last time. With Anakin and Obi-Wan humbled by the power of Count Dooku, Yoda entered the hangar and came face to face with his former student. The pair quickly became engaged in a ferocious Force lightning duel. Count
Wait.
Dooku. Yes.
Oh my God! It is right here. Oh God, I missed it.
I mean, as long as you just, I mean, we could just leave that there for a second. They can read it themselves if they need to.
Yeah, they could just pause it if they need to see it. So, yeah.
They're basically all saying the same thing, anyways. It's just multiple sources.
All right.
During the fight, Dooku gets the better of the Jedi, batting aside the angry, unfocused Anakin Skywalker with mercilessly powerful bolts of dark side lightning. Before I continue, that shows that Anakin wasn't in a good mental state when he was first rushing at Dooku. He was like completely unfocused because he was worried about Padme's safety. So he just gets ragdolled. Geonosis. Count Dooku showed why he had been known as one of the best lightsaber duelists in the entire Jedi Order. He easily beat both Anakin and Obi-Wan together, and would have killed them had Jedi Master Yoda not arrived to join the fight at the last minute. Let's see. To the Jedi Council. Unfortunately, Duke. I'm not even sure where this starts. To the Jedi Council. Before being captured, it was of little importance to the Sith how their plans were to be brought forward by Kenobi's ingenuity. It was equally scant import that Kenobi and his would-be should be executed. Indeed, the spectacle would further strengthen the resolve of certain parties within the Confederacy. Jedi battle. Unfortunately for Dooku, the arrival of 200 Jedi delayed matters, and the subsequent arrival of Master Yoda and a sizable clone army threatened Dooku's own safety. Leaving for his ship with the plans for an ultimate superweapon, Dooku retreated to Coruscant. Dooku first had to face Obi-Wan Kenobi and his Padawan Anakin Skywalker, but defeating the two Jedi was not a problem for this accomplished master. However, when Yoda appeared, Dooku was driven back, barely escaping with his life. Returning to Coruscant, he was able to report to Darth Sidious that the Clone Wars had successfully begun. For Darth Tyrannus, there was much work ahead. Yoda and Dooku were almost equals, with the little Jedi Master having a slight edge, perhaps over his former Padawan. Knowing he had to report to his master, Dooku distracted Yoda and fled Geonosis for Coruscant.
So, let me get this straight. Despite being exhausted and having been hard-pressed by Obi-Wan and Anakin, Yoda only had a slight edge over, Dooku.
Mm-hmm.
So like, how do I say this? Yoda is a fraud?
I wouldn't go that far, but it is crazy that Tyrannus still holds his own after all that.
Alright.
You can read this part.
Alright. For reference, George Lucas has confirmed that this Tyrannus is a direct equal of Yoda. So no, I gotta highly disagree with the interpretation that he was manhandled. In actuality, even then was probably slightly superior. You can't just go right. Okay.
That's going to be addressed. That's going to be addressing something Crisis says. But yeah, we might as well do it now.
Yeah. You can't just go right into the sword fight. So I decided to go back to the Empire Strikes Back of throwing things at each other. Even though I knew they were equal to each other. So it was a hopeless gesture, and they would have figured that out in 2 seconds. But for the audience, it's nice for them to go through this process of throwing everything around. Source: George Lucas. Attack on the Clones DVD commentary.
Alright, now we can go back to the Crisis video.
Alright.
Master of the Order, whereas Yoda is the Grandmaster. This prestigious rank speaks to his overwhelming power and skill, being a Master of a Pod, which requires high-level mastery over the bulk of the remaining 6 saber forms. This makes Mace one of the deadliest among the Jedi. Form 7 skirts close to the dark side, so close that it's all but forbidden to all those besides Mace and those he deems fit to teach it to. Being perhaps the most forceful and aggressive of all the forms, it draws on Mace's rage and sense of justice, in tandem with redirecting darkside energy, as it did against Sidious in Windu's final duel. His power in the Force is as well legendary, being often compared to Yoda as the most powerful masters in the Order. Given his strength as well as his darkside countering saber style, he was able to nearly defeat Darth Sidious as described numerous times in guidebooks and the like. If not for Anakin's intervention, the light side would have triumphed here and Sidious's scheming would have been for naught. That's how close Windu came to seizing victory. Yoda needs little introduction. As one of the oldest Jedi seen in the series,
before we continue that right here, I did add this little bit right here. It's short. If you would go at minute in right here, I tagged you on Discord. I mean, this guy gave some pretty good respect to Windu, but I would like to at least bring this up. Windu is possibly the most technically skilled duelist of all time. At the least, Plo seems to share that opinion, who is at least capable of besting Yoda, even if he isn't better. You can click on the video.
Few Jedi in the Order tax my lightsaber skills the way you do, Master Windu.
We've known each other too long for formalities, Master Plo. Let's begin.
Wait a second, what the
Yeah?
Did he, use, a force explosion technique?
I think it's supposed to be a force push. You know, it just looks more flashy.
Oh, okay.
You can skip like about a minute in. I think that's where the line comes from.
Mm-hmm.
It's an honor to beat one of the Jedi Order's finest swordsmen.
I'll let you know when to stop.
Has sometimes made me question my sense of right and wrong.
I do not like what this war has made the Jedi become.
Just continue.
I want to comment on this. Anyone who watches the Clone Wars show, whether it's 2003 or 2008, that's a load of bullshit. This guy, Mace Windu, was going up and over in that war. Have you seen the crazy stuff he did? Nah.
True.
The Force grows dark, and we are all affected by it. It's dangerous for so many Padawans to join the war before they're ready. The dark side descends like a veil across the galaxy. This war may destroy the Jedi Order. Ikuto, Master Plo. Thank you for a stimulating bout.
Alright, after he beats him, Plo is going to compliment him.
We must end this war before it consumes the Jedi Order. Your skill with the lightsaber surely surpasses Master Yoda's.
This fight is over. That will soon become clear.
Alright, that's it. So with that, with Plo's feats in mind, and with that rumor statement, I think it's at least fair to say that, like, in terms of technical lightsaber dueling, not speed and agility, Windu possibly is even better than even Grandmaster Yoda.
That much
You may.
cannot be denied.
You can go to the Crisis video now.
He's mastered saber combat as well as mastered the Force to an extent rarely ever seen. In his legendary duel with Palpatine, he managed to press and all but stalemate the Dark Lord, made even stronger than he was when combating Mace Windu via the growing dark power taking hold of the galaxy in the wake of Order 66.
Pause it real
While he
quick. I'm just
did
going to say this real
definitively
quickly. I'm not going to go into too much detail right now, since we'll probably be going over that in a little bit. But it wasn't just the Jedi deaths that was that made Palpatine so powerful. He now had the access to the Chosen One himself, fallen to the dark side. He has unlocked the full potential of the dark side in that sense. That is something Anakin can do. Continue.
lose this bout. Pushing the, at the time, most powerful version of Sidious as far as he did is quite probably the best display in the entire prequel era as a whole, barring insane shit like the Ones or something. Fully versed in all forms.
Now.
No, I got a comment on that. There's something that people don't understand where, if you, watch the Clone Wars and listen to Dave Filoni's interviews, like when Savage comes in, he's pretty much implied to be stronger than the Ones.
Yeah, I actually got some stuff for that we might as well, that we're going to show off, since this is so, it is not known enough at all.
Sure.
It really isn't. I'm going to tag you right here. Then I'll start reading.
Oh yeah, this is also important because people think that Anakin requires Mortis to do these to do what he did on Mortis. He doesn't
we're gonna
need the
debunk
Mortis.
He doesn't need the Mortis Nexus. We're going to refute that right here. Chosen One trials. The invisible hand fight is a trial for Anakin to see if he is the Chosen One. To be able to tell this, they need him to unveil his furnace heart, which you brought up earlier. They need to see what is within. The Force within him is what will determine if he's the Chosen One. His furnace heart is the defining factor. The Chosen One will be the ultimate perfect apprentice. They, like me, believe him to be the Chosen One. You are right. The Force within him is stronger than any known Jedi. Source. Overlords. Dooku could feel how Skywalker kept his fury banked behind walls of will. Walls that were hardened by some uncontrollable dread. Dread, Dooku summarized himself, of what might happen if he should ever allow that furnace he used for heart to go super critical. Renda's hypnotization. It was set up as a test for Anakin because if he could kill Dooku, then he would make the perfect apprentice for Palpatine, who'd been sort of training him, setting him up, and befriending him over the years. George Lucas. The child could have been the creation of sinister Sith manipulations, as the Dark Lord Darth Plagueis and Darth Sidious conspired to bring about the perfect apprentice by coaxing life from lifelessness. Source: Darth Vader Databank. For years, he envisioned Anakin as his ultimate apprentice, but he was patient enough to employ intermediate apprentices, while Anakin was being groomed to become Darth Vader. Source: Star Wars Chronicles, the prequels. Boundless/infinite power is a quality of the Chosen One. The test is to see if Anakin has boundless and unparalleled power at his disposal, thus proving he's the Chosen One, and indeed Anakin proves to be ready to use, quotation marks, this boundless power. Has it at his disposal, and his defeat of Tyrannus is what proves this. Whatever powers they can attribute to the Chosen One and his destiny, Anakin has it already, and is ready to use it here. I put Dooku in after Darth Maul was killed to establish that the Emperor's assistant or the other Sith could take Jedi and convert them. In this particular case, the idea is that Palpatine is testing Anakin to see if he is strong enough to become his apprentice. and he doesn't tell Dooku what he's actually up to. Dooku thinks he's just going to fight him. Well, the whole thing is set up by the Emperor to test Anakin's strength. And when Anakin is strong enough, which he proves to be by killing Dooku, then the Emperor is ready to convert him over to the dark side and become his new apprentice. Source: George Lucas. DVD commentary: Revenge of the Sith. Anakin was renamed Darth Vader, the Sith conspiracy, which had been festering in the shadows of the Republic for 1,000 years, sprang into action. Palpatine elevated himself to the position of Emperor and dispatched Vader as his ultimate enforcer. With his unparalleled force abilities, Vader swept through the Jedi Temple. Source: Darth Vader Databank. You can click on the image if you want, that's what I read.
Okay. Wait. Oh. Oh, okay. I got it.
His identity was exposed during his quest for the ultimate Sith apprentice. Having closely monitored Skywalker for years, Sidious felt he was the ideal Sith to make true his vision of a new society built upon Sith principles. As Palpatine, he befriended Skywalker, becoming a close friend and a fatherly authority to a youthful warrior, often confused by the seemingly boundless power and abilities he had at his disposal. Source: Darth Sidious Databank. During the mission to rescue the Chancellor, Anakin confronted Darth Tyrannus. The two dueled, and at Palpatine's goading, Anakin killed the Sith Lord. Anakin had the power and was ready to use it. Sidious grinned. Anakin would be his.
No,
Source:
that's not gonna lie. Like, out of context, that sounds horrible. I mean, in context, that is horrible, but yeah.
I know what you mean. It's much, much, much worse than just converting him.
Yes, let's just say that.
Source: Darth Sidious Databank. Mirroring the trial in the Invisible Hand, we have the trial of Mortis. These are both tests to see if he's the chosen one, and mirror each other from Mortis to the movies. You may show the clip now. The clips.
Whatever he wants! Don't do it, Master!
Let them go. I will not play your games.
Oh, but I think you will. I have ordered my children to kill your friends. The question is, which one will you choose to save? Your master? Or your apprentice? You must now release the guilt and free yourself by choosing.
No! Their powers are too strong for us, Anakin! Save Ahsoka!
Let them go.
Only you can make my children release them.
Anakin! The planet is the Force. Use it.
You will let them go.
You see who you truly are. Only the Chosen One could tame both my children.
I've taken your test. Now fulfill your promise and let us go.
But first, you must understand the truth. Now, all of you leave us.
Do not trust him.
You think?
I said, leave us. Do you feel your destiny? You must see it now. I am dying, and you must replace me.
Replace you? I can't stay here.
But this is yours. It has been foretold. The Chosen One will remain to keep my children in balance.
No.
I cannot force you to do this. The choice must be yours. But leave, and your selfishness shall haunt you, and the galaxy.
Ready to get out of here?
You can cut it here anyways. We've already shown what we had to.
Yeah, sure.
And then we got, of course, the battle with Dooku. This is the same thing. This is symbolized when Anakin is wielding both blades, as you'll see. A
Yep.
Sith and Jedi blade. There we go.
Okay. That was
Witnessing
brilliant.
Anakin. It really is. It's so peak. Witnessing Anakin's inner power / furnace heart is equivalent to witnessing Anakin tame the Ones. Both displays reveals the Chosen Ones, so both his furnace heart and the Mortis power are equivalent. These trials are reflections of the same truth. Control of the entire force is what defines the Chosen One. This is displayed here in both instances stress trials. Everything in the episode is symbolic of everything that takes place in all 6 Star Wars films. Source: Dave Filoni. Secrets of Mortis. The Chosen One is a myth. Is it? I should very much like to know. Why don't we find out together? Pass one test and I shall know the truth. Then you and your friends may leave. Source: Orbit Lords. Now the key difference between the 2 trials for Anakin is that on the Invisible Hand, Anakin doesn't have the luxury of easily pulling all that energy that flows so freely around him, there to display his dominion over the Force. This time he can't avoid the impossible decision to deal with his mental state, to reveal he is the Chosen One and to control the entire Force, i.e. tame both the son and daughter. He has to unlock his furnace heart and use that as the source. Now how does he do this, and what exactly is preventing that to begin with and concealing what is within? Source: Clone Wars Secrets Revealed in 3D, Pablo Hidalgo. Rather than make this impossible choice, Anakin taps into the Force that flows so freely in Mortis and uses his own powerful grip to hold both the son and the daughter at bay. In defying the father, there you go, it says it right there, it defied the father, so he didn't want him to use the Nexus. Anakin passes the test. He has proven he can hold back the son and daughter, and can thus maintain the balance of light and dark in this realm. Anakin has a fog of lies around him that shrouds his furnace heart. All that strength, that anger is restrained by his belief, his doubt. Everyone is made up of events in their past, and it forms walls around one's spirit or breaks such walls down. The mind gives strength or makes some powerless. He walks, but he is dead. It is because he is not ready to give up his ties yet. It is much like Jedi who will not give up their code. It is to surrender yourself. To be a slave to a teaching or belief that makes it so that your belief will always rule you. Source: Knights of the Old Republic 2. This fog of lies is his Jedi restraint and guilt that exists because the Jedi inadvertently fostered a sense of guilt within him. He was preconditioned to view his natural emotions and attachments as transgressions against the Jedi code. despite these feeling to be an intrinsic part of his identity that he could not simply abandon. This inflexibility on the part of the Jedi Order not only misunderstood Anakin's unique needs, but fostered a deep internal conflict within him, which is part of how the Jedi fostered their own defeat. Quite simple. In the end, he thought, isolate Skywalker, slaughter Kenobi. Beyond that, it would be merely a matter of spinning Skywalker up into enough of a frenzy to break through his Jedi restraint and reveal the infinite vista of Sith power. Source: Revenge of Sith novelization. And there's no point in me reading this because I got the clip right here. But it is from the Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith movie.
Chancellor, we've just received a report from Master Kenobi. He has engaged General Grievous.
You can only hope that Master Kenobi is up to the challenge.
I should be there with him.
It's upsetting to me to see that the Council doesn't seem to fully appreciate your talents. Don't you wonder why they won't make you a Jedi Master?
I wish I knew. More and more, I get the feeling that I'm being excluded from the Council. I know there are things about the Force that they're not telling me.
They don't trust you, Anakin.
They see your future. They know your power will be too strong to control. You must break through the fog of lies the Jedi have created around you. Let me help you to know the subtleties of the Force.
How do you know the ways of the Force?
My mentor taught me everything about the Force.
Alright, that's all we needed anyways. We got the quote. Light and dark are no more than a nomenclature, words that describe how little we understand. She seemed to draw strength from his weakness, slowly managing to sit up. What you call the dark side is the raw and restrained force itself. You call the dark side what you find when you give yourself over wholly to the Force. To be a Jedi is to control your passion, but Jedi control limits. But Jedi control limits your power. Greatness, true greatness of any kind, requires a surrender of control. Passion that is guided, not walled away. Leave your limits behind. Source: Traitor. He didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He was looking at an image inside his head. Not an image, a reality. A memory of something that hadn't happened yet. He saw Count Dooku on his knees. He saw lightsabers crossed at the Count's throat. Clouds lifted from his heart. Clouds of Javim, of Argonar, of Camino, of even the Tuscan camp. For the first time in too many years, he felt young as he really was, young and free and full of light. Here's the clip as well. This is the Revenge of the Sith Star Wars adult novelization. You gotta scroll down. Yo, you there? You there? Gab, you there?
Yeah, I'm up.
Click on the clip down below of the passage I just read.
The Revenge of Sith novelization.
Yep, it's right there.
Alright.
He didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He was looking at an image inside his head. Not an image. A reality. A memory of something that hadn't happened yet. He saw Count Dooku on his knees. He saw lightsabers crossed at the Count's throat. Clouds lifted from his heart. Clouds of Jabim, of Argonar, of Camino, of even the Tuscan camp. For the first time in too many years, he felt young as he really was. Young and free and full of light. Master? His voice seemed to be coming from someone else, someone who hadn't seen what he'd seen, hadn't done what he'd done. Master, right here, right now, you and I. Yes? Anakin blinked. I think we're about to win the war.
It's time. Oh, you can get out of that now.
Alright.
It is time to face your guilt and know the truth. Loud screech. Roar. Whatever he wants. Don't do it, master. Grunting and gasping. Screeches. Let them go. I will not play your games. Oh, but I think you will. I have ordered my children to kill your friends. The question is, which one will you choose to save? Your master or your apprentice? You must now release the guilt and free yourself by choosing. Source is Overlord script. I didn't mean to put that twice, but oh well. Balance is found in the one who faces his guilt. Source, Overlords. The guilt is concealing the truth that he is the chosen one. It's concealing his furnace heart. Note that both the father and the son tell him to do this. They both want him to face his guilt and free himself. But of course they have different methods in mind for how Anakin should do this. There is the dark, selfish way, and there is the light, selfless way. Taking the guilt into yourself, embracing it, and letting it feed you, or letting go of it, letting go of attachments and self. Again, the truth is explicitly concealed within Anakin, not around him, on Mortis or anything like that. You want to read this next section? Yo, Gab, you want to read this next section?
Yeah. Do I read the one in 1249?
You read where it says breaking chains, where it starts there.
Breaking chains.
Yeah, scroll down. You scroll down a little bit.
Oh, that's where it is. Breaking chains. Let's make some comparisons. Within some Stover / Luceno or
Luceno, I guess.
Let's make some comparisons. Within some Stover / Luceno material, Danner Rysode and Anakin Skywalker's situations reflect an internal struggle with their identity and the expectations placed on them. Danner is tired of failing to meet the varied roles expected from him. From hero to Jedi, it eventually embraces his true self in a moment of liberation, realizing that to fulfill his destiny, he must accept and utilize his inherent traits. Similarly, Anakin confronts his complex identity, questioning if his multifaceted life, from slave to Jedi, can reconcile with the actions he's capable of. He breaks through his Jedi restraint, letting us finally give him permission to not fear his inherent traits, but use them. Much like Ganner, both of these guys experience a critical moment of self-realization. Like I said, I'm just a sidekick here, he said carelessly. My job is to make the real hero lives... No. My job is to make the real hero live long enough to do that. Did I read? Am I reading it correctly? What's going on?
Yeah, you pretty much are.
My job is to make sure the real hero lives long enough to do this. That whole needing to be a hero thing has always been my greatest weakness. Jason stared at him, into him, through him, as though he knew him to his very core, and he nodded. But you should know that it can also be a great strength. Give yourself permission to use that strength, Ganner. You'll need it. Source: New Jedi Order traitor, Matthew Stover. He was sick of being Ganner Rysode. Sick of trying to be a hero. Sick of trying not to be a hero. sick of being a crafty Jedi, a mediocre pilot, and a bloody louser leader of men. Sick of being a joke, just sick. Ganner tried so hard to be what everyone told him he was supposed to be. Tried to control his flair for the dramatic, for the elegant, the graceful, the artistic. Tried to be a good son, a good friend, a humble man, a good Jedi. But in the archway, he finds the end of trying. There's reason no longer to resist the truth of himself. Play acting the hero's part is not only permissible, it is necessary. Told the archway is not enough to merely wound and kill, is not enough to be calm and surgical and grieving. To hold the archway, he must not only slaughter, but slaughter effortlessly, carelessly, laughingly, joyfully. To hold the archway, he must dance and whirl and leap and spin, calling out for more opponents, more victims. He must make them hesitate to face him. He must make them fear. Source: Schrader. In that instant, everything finally made sense. He understood what Jason had been talking about. There was nothing to fear. He understood the power of being who he was. He didn't really have to know who he was. He could decide. He could choose and act. Source: Trader, Matthew Stover. Burning a wedge between him and his dearest friend and mentor, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Is he not the chosen one, the greatest Jedi to have ever lived? Why then should he be bound by rules designed to limit his power? Source: Slideshow Star Wars Anakin Skywalker. They see your future. They know your power will be too strong to control. Anakin, you must break through the fog of lies the Jedi have created around you. Let me help you know the subtleties of the Force. Source: Revenge of the Sith. In time, you will learn to trust your feelings. Then you will be invincible. Attack of the Clones.
I will talk with her. Senator Amidala will not refuse an executive order. I know her well enough to assure you of that.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
And so, they've finally given you an assignment. Your patience has paid off.
Your guidance more than my patience.
You don't need guidance, Anakin. In time, you will learn to trust your feelings. Then you will be invincible. I have said it many times. You are the most gifted Jedi I have ever met.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
I see you becoming the greatest of all Jedi, Anakin. Even more powerful than Master Yoda.
But people will still be like, nah, bro, Yoda no diffs Anakin.
Yeah, they don't understand that what Palpatine says here becomes true. He does become invincible temporarily.
Uh-huh. The self-realization reveals the truth of themselves and provides pristine mental clarity, releasing the clouding from their minds. When you empty your mind and fix these internal struggles, you become transparent, and the Force can flow through you with no interference from your conscious thought. As soon as Anakin thinks about what he's doing and not his goal, then he can no longer walk. he leaves the flow state, and we see this when Luke enters the same state too. Powered by the dark side, Dooku's perception took the measure of those below him with exhilarating precision. Kenobi was luminous, transparent being. No. Kenobi was luminous, a transparent being, a window into the sunlit meadow of the Force. Source: Revenge of the Sith.
Powered by the dark side, Dooku's perception took the measure of those below him with exhilarating precision. Kenobi was luminous, a transparent being, a window onto a sunlit meadow of the Force.
Okay, you want to read this?
Sure. He doesn't even need to reach into the Force. He has already let the Force reach into him. The Force flows over him and around him as though he has stepped into a crystal pure waterfall, lost in the green coils of a forgotten rainforest. When he opens himself to that sparkling stream, it flows into him and through him and out again without the slightest interference from his conscious will. Source: Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, novelization. He leaned back in his chair and covered his face with both hands, inhaling a thin stream of air between his palms. Into himself with the air he brought pain and guilt and remorse, and as he exhaled, they trailed away and vanished in the air. He breathed out his whole life, everything he had done, everything he had been, friends and enemies, dreams and hopes and fears, empty. He found clarity, scrubbed clean. The Force shone through him. He sat up and nodded to Yoda. Source: Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, novelization. A simple taunt was all that had been required to shift the focus of his attention from winning the fight to controlling his own emotions. The angrier he got, the no more afraid he became, and the fear fed his anger in turn, like the proverbial Corleone multiplied. Now that he had started thinking about what he was doing, he could no longer walk. Source: Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, novelization. Jason recalled watching his uncle on Belkadon, where the war had begun, wielding two lightsabers when he had come to Jason's rescue. But the rescue on Belkadon paled in comparison to the control Luke demonstrated now. His single blade might as well have been 10 or 20. He took the steps at a lightning pace, burning away his way through dilating membranes, but in complete control of his momentum. Seen through the Force he was, a maelstrom of luminous energy, a force storm against which there was no shelter. And yet all his energy poured from a calm center, an eye. He made no missteps. None of his actions were interrupted by thought. In fact, Luke didn't seem to be there at all physically, or as an individual personality. Individual personality. Source: The Unifying Force. Instantly, the box of bodyguards around Obi-Wan filled with crackling electro-staffs whipping faster than the human eye could see, which was less troublesome than it might have been, for that box was already empty of Jedi. The Force had let him collapse as though he'd suddenly fainted. Then it brought his lightsaber from his belt to his hand and ignited it while he turned his fall into a roll. That roll carried his lightsaber through a crisp arc that severed the leg of one of the bodyguards. And as the Force brought Obi-Wan back to his feet, the Force also nudged the crippled bodyguard to topple sideways into the path of the blade and sent it clinging to the floor in two smoking, sparking pieces. One down. The remaining three pressed the attack, but more cautiously. Their weapons were longer than his, and they struck from beyond the reach of his blade. He gave way before them, his defensive velocities barely keeping their crackling discharged blades at bay. 3 Magna Guards, each of a double-ended weapon that generated an energy field, impervious to lightsabers. Each with reflexes that operated near light speed. Each with hyper-sophisticated heuristic combat algorithms that enabled it to learn from experience and adapt its tactics instantly to any situation. Were certainly beyond Obi-Wan's ability to defeat, but it was not Obi-Wan who would defeat them. Obi-Wan wasn't even fighting. He was only a vessel, emptied of self. The Force, shaped by his skill and guided by his clarity of mind, fought through him. In the Force, he felt their destruction. It was somewhere above and behind him, and only seconds away. He went to meet it with a backflipping leap that the Force used to lift him neatly to an empty droid socket in the ceiling hive. The Magna Guard sprang after him, but he was gone by the time they arrived, leaving higher into the maze of grinders and cables in room-sized cargo containers. That was the control center's superstructure. Here, said the Force within him, and Obi-Wan stopped, balancing on a grider, frowning back at the oncoming killer droids that leapt from beam to beam below him like a malevolent Duracell primates. Though he could feel its close approach, he had no idea from where their destruction might come, until the Force showed him a support beam within reach of his blade and whispered, "Now!" His blade flickered out and the Duracell beam parted, fresh cut edges glowing white hot, and a great hulk of ship-sized cargo container that the beam had been supporting tore free of its other supports with shrieks and anguished metal, and crashed out upon all three Magna Guards with the finality of a meteor strike. 2, 3, and 4. Oh, thought Obi-Wan with detached approval. That worked out rather well. Only 10,000 to go, give or take. An instant later, the Force had him hurtling through a storm of blaster fire at every combat droid in the control center opened up on him at once. Letting go of intention, letting go of desire, letting go of life, Obi-Wan fixed his entire intention on the thread of the Force that pulled him toward Grievous. Not where Grievous was, but where Grievous would be when Obi-Wan got there. Source: Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of Sith Novelization. Where, as it is, Jason tells Gunnar that he has to give himself permission for Anakin. For Anakin, this realization comes when he gets permission from Palpatine. He no longer feels the guilt instilled upon him by the Jedi. He has permission now. I don't have to be a hero, he thought in silent wonder. All I have to do is pretend. Like I said, I'm just a sidekick here, he said carelessly. My job is to make sure the real hero lives long enough to do this. That whole needing to be a hero thing has always been my greatest weakness. Jason stared at him into him, through him, as though he knew him to his very core, and he nodded. But you should know that it can also be your greatest strength. Give yourself permission to use that strength, Ganner. You'll need it. Source: New Jedi Order Trader. In that instant, everything finally made sense. He understood what Jason had been talking about. There was nothing to fear. He understood the power of being who he was. He didn't really even have to know who he was. He could decide. He could choose and act. Source: Trader. Don't fear what you're feeling, Anakin. Use it, he barked in Palpatine's voice. Call upon your fury, focus it, and he cannot stand against you. Rage is your weapon. Strike now. Strike. Kill him. But when Palpatine barks, do it now, Anakin realized that this isn't actually an order. That it is, in fact, nothing more than what he's been waiting for his whole life. Permission. Source: Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of Sith Novelization. Yes, Anakin, yes, exactly that. Only that. Do the one thing that the Jedi fear most. Make up your own mind. Follow your own conscience. Do what you think is right. I know that you've been longing for a life greater than any ordinary Jedi. Commit to that life. I know you burn for greater power than any Jedi can wield. Give yourself permission to gain that power, and allow yourself license to use it. You've dreamed of leading the Jedi Order, having a family of your own, one that is based on love, not enforced rules of self-denial. Source: Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of Sith Novelization.
Holy shit.
And thus,
Palpatine
yeah, there's a lot.
No, I'm not talking about that. Palpatine really understood Anakin better than anyone else.
He really did. He really did.
Yeah.
And thus achieved a crystal clear mind for the Force to flutter without restraint. After clearing the minor conflict, with the release of self, you become the Force itself. The Force surges through your veins to tune your heart to the rhythm of the universe, as your decisions become reality. This is commonly referred to as oneness. His head has been filled with the smoke from his smothered heart for far too long. It has been the thunder that darkens his mind, on Argonar, on Jabim, in the Tusken camp, on Tatooine. That smoke had clouded his mind, had blinded him, and left him floating in the dark, a mindless machine of a slaughter. But here, now, within this ship, this microscopic cell of life in the infinite sterile desert of space, his firewalls have opened so that the terror and the rage are out there in the fight, instead of in his head. And Anakin's mind is clear as a crystal bell. In that pristine clarity, there is only one thing he must do: decide. So he does. He decides to win. He decides that Dooku should lose the same hand he took. Decision is reality here. His blade moves simultaneously with his will, and blue fire vaporizes black Corellian nano silk and disintegrates flesh and shears bone. And away falls a Sith Lord's lightsaber hand, trailing smoke that tastes of charred meat and burned ear. Source: Star Wars Episode 3: Revenge of Civilization. Burned a milk reek of Yusa Vong blood sizzling into smoke on his blade. Lines of burning ice tightly slices up in his flesh by Epistaph's cold flame of Epistaph venom consuming his nerves. He's a mere flicks of melody and garners sympathy of the Force. The Force does more than give him strength, more than lift him, spin him. The Force surges through his veins to tune his heart to the rhythm of the universe. He's become the Force, and the Force has become him. He's not directly aware of the sequence of his death. Time vanished along with fear and doubt and pain in that eternal second when he surrendered his self-command. Standing in the archway waiting for the use of Von Gunner, realized that this right now, right here, was what his whole life been for. No one could land such a Hulk, not even Skywalker. Each second that passed before its final breakup and burn was a miracle in itself. A testament to the gifts of a pilot who was justly legendary. But when each second is a miracle, how many of them can be strung together in a row? That is, put simply, impossible. It can't be done. He's going to do it anyway, because he is Anakin Skywalker and he doesn't believe it impossible. It is the Force that makes this possible, and more than the Force. Anakin has no interest in serene acceptance of what the Force will bring. Not here, not now. Not with the lives of Palpatine and Obi-Wan at stake. It's just the opposite. He seizes upon the Force with a stark refusal to fail. He will land the ship. He will save his friends. Between his will and the will of the Force, there is no contest. Source: Star Wars Episode 3: Revenge of Civilization. You can briefly show those if you want.
Huh?
I said you can briefly show those scans if you want, since I basically just read it
Yeah,
already.
that was my plan. If you guys need to pause the video, then you can do that. Take your time.
Mm-hmm. You want to read the next part?
Yeah, sure. So, Anakin undergoes a critical moment of self-realization where he acknowledges that he does not need to conform to Jedi's expectations. Instead, he clears his mind and embraces his true identity, which encompasses being the chosen one / embodiment of the Force. This realization allows him to seize control of his inner power that is now no longer shrouded by fog, making conscious decisions that reflect his will over reality. Like Ganner, Anakin's process involves asserting his inherent connection to the Force, choosing to wield all his power rather than suppressing aspects of himself to fit into a predefined role. However, unlike Ganner, Anakin is not surrendering self-control, he is seizing it. But it still results in the same outcome: oneness. Ganner's journey to tapping into the oneness differs from Anakin, lacking Anakin's innate connection as the Force embodiment. Ganner becomes an embodiment by clearing his mind and letting go, surrendering to the Force, relinquishing self-command to align with something greater than himself. The surrender is not a sign of weakness, but a strategic acceptance of his role within the larger flow of the Force, allowing him to become a conduit for his power to converge. That moment is who he was. Anakin is not doing this but gets the same result. Surrender versus seizure. Ganner surrenders to the Force, embracing it as a power beyond his individual self. This contrasts with Anakin's approach of seizing control of himself, clearing his mind and freeing himself the other way. Yet, this has the same reality warping result of oneness because he's wielding the entire Force. reflecting his unique status as the Force's embodiment. He need not surrender to a higher power when he is that higher power. He need only free himself, free what is within, which is the entire Force, a quality unique to the Chosen One. Unlike Ganon or Luke, who not only need to become the Force, but have to also let the Force become them. This will be important later. It is the Force that makes this possible, and more than the Force, Anakin has no interest in serene acceptance of what the Force will bring. Not here, not now. Not with the lives of Palpatine and Obi-Wan at stake. It's just the opposite. He seizes upon the Force with a stark refusal to fail. He will land his ship, he will save his friends. Between his will and the will of the Force, there is no contest. Different paths to power. Anakin's oneness is one of embracing his totality and using his inherent power to shape the Force around him. In contrast, Ganor's and Luke's oneness is a testament to the power of surrender, showing how letting go of one's ego and desires can lead to becoming a vessel for the Force's will. Through this surrender, the Force tunes his heart to the rhythm of the universe, whereas Anakin's heart defines the universe, plays its own rhythm. Each path, though different, results in the same thing. Willing and warping reality, which is synonymous with controlling the Force. It's Anakin's furnace heart that does this, and all he has to do is clear his mind. Willing reality and shaping the Force is the purpose of the Father. Spanking around the son and daughter. Okay, you really had to use that, bro. I know you wrote this.
I actually didn't write this. This is from the Elias.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to him about this. The Force, 50% dark and 50% light. With this power, the power of balance, overpowering the Force to keep balance. Think of the Father as 100% of the power. These three beings are incarnations of the Force itself. The Son represents the unfettered dark side, the daughter is the pure light side, and the Father is the mediator between his two children. His strength keeping either one from overwhelming the other. Each can take any form they choose and likely are not creatures of flesh and blood. Source, nexus of power. It is the Force that makes this possible, and more than the Force, Anakin has no interest in serene acceptance of what the Force will bring. Hold on. This state of clear mind and pristine focus and calm is what Anakin achieves fighting Tyrannus. All of him, dark and light, 100% of the power. It shines through him with perfect clarity. Nothing controls him, he controls it. When he attacks Tyrannus, it's Watto's fist knocking him back, the dragon being channeled. He has now defined his guilt, defined himself. Like the Son said, the Father tells him to free himself. And this is when Anakin finally does that. Clouds lift from his heart. He is free, but he ends up doing it the way the Son / Palpatine wanted him to. Not the way the Father wanted him to. When Count Dooku flies at him, blade flashing, Watto's fist cracks out from Anakin's childhood to knock the Sith Lord tumbling back. But with all the power that the dark side can draw from throughout the universe, Dooku hurls a jagged fragment of the Durasteel table. Smee Skywalker's gentle murmur, "I knew you would come for me." Anakin smashes it aside. Source: Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith novelization. Clouds lifted from his heart. clouds the Jabin of Argonar, of Camino, of even the Tuscan camp. For the first time in too many years, he felt young as he really was, young and free and full of light. Source: Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith Novelization. You must face your guilt and free yourself. Source: Overlords. Okay, you can read this.
Alright. The dragon, once a symbol of Anakin's fears and limitations, has now been harnessed as a source of his strength. Yet it no longer dictates his actions. By getting permission and embracing the dark side of himself, Anakin achieves a state where its influence does not cloud his judgment. Instead, he wields it with clarity and purpose, a significant distinction from the typical consequences of engaging with the dark side, as seen in others and Anakin himself during the events of AOTC. Unlike the years of corruption and loss of self associated with its user, Anakin maintains control, directing the dark side's power with purpose without succumbing to its dominion, as seen with the corruption observed in the original Jedi exiles, etc., who all fall into the trap. In the Tuscan camp on Tatooine, that smoke had clouded his mind, had blinded him and left him floating in the dark, a mindless machine of slaughter, revenge of civilization. At that time, the only purpose that Anakin could fathom was that of the rage building within him, and anger at losing someone he did not wish to give up. Some small part of him warned him not to give in to that anger, warned him that such emotions were of the dark side. Then he looked at Shmi, lying there, so still, seeming at peace, but covered with the clear evidence of all the pain that had been inflicted upon her poor body these last days. The Jedi Padawan climbed to his feet and took up his lightsaber, then boldly strode through the door. The two Tusken guards gave a yelp and lifted their staves, rushing for him, but the blue glowing blade ignited, and in a flash of killing light, Anakin took them down left and right. The rage was not sated. Source: Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones Novelization. Sith rely on their passion to get things done. They use their raw emotion, their hatred, their anger, their bitterness, which is the dark side of the Force. The Force is what binds the galaxy together, and it has a good side and a bad side. The Sith learned how to manipulate both sides of the Force, and then they fell into the trap of being corrupted by the dark side. Source: George Lucas Sci-Fi Online interview, 2005. Indeed, Anakin's defeat of Tyrannus in this day is a mirror directed by Anakin taming the son and daughter of Mortis. He overpowers the Force in both instances, as is symbolized by Anakin's crossed sabers. He reaches out and the Force catches it for him. He is the Force. He commands it. And there's both a Sith and Jedi blade that he catches. Light and dark with an unaltered, clear, balanced mind. The hand falls with a bar of scarred blade still extending from its spastic death grip, and Anakin's heart sings with the fall of that red blade. He reaches out and the Force catches it for him. And then Anakin takes Dooku's other hand as well. Dooku crumbles to his knees, face blank, mouth slack, and his weapon whirls through the air to the victor's hand. And Anakin finds his vision of the future happening before his eyes. Two blades at Count Dooku's throat. But here now, the truth belies the dream. Both lightsabers are in his hands, and the one in his hand of flesh flares with the synthetic bloodshine of a Sith blade. Source: Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of Civilization. He held the Force in the clench of a white-hot fist. He was half Sith already, and he didn't even know it. Source: Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of Civilization. You can also see Anakin's control in the film Invisible Hand when he refrains from killing Dooku. Initially, before Palpatine says, "Do it." And then we see that with the Mortis arc. So, the source is Star Wars The Clone Wars, Season 3, the Mortis arc.
Yeah.
Jason Solo does the same thing and achieves the same state like Gyno and Anakin. He cuts through those preconceptions and dispenses with his mental turmoil completely and utterly, becoming the Force and warping reality, balancing light and dark within himself, without having to remain on one side or the other, like Anakin does in RTS, and later Return of the Jedi during his redemption. It's the same thing. He had attained the ability to cut through any resistance in himself, to sever the bonds of preconception, to open a gaping hole into a reality more expensive than any he had ever dared imagine to heal. As his grandfather had done, he'd broken through the apparent opposites that concealed the absolute nature of the Force, and found his way into an unseen unity that existed beyond the seemingly separateness of the world. For a moment, all the cosmic tumblers had clicked into place, and light and dark sides became something he could balance within himself, without having to remain on one side or the other. The consciousness that was Jason's soul was strewn across the vast spectrum of life energy. He'd passed beyond joys and consequences, good and evil, light and dark, life and death. All that had been required of Jason was complete surrender, a technique once mastered by the Jedi Order, but at some point misplaced, transposed to an emphasis on individual achievement, which had opened a way to arrogance. Indeed, as his grandfather once did, refers to Vader's redemption return of the Jedi, Vader re-enters the same state of mind, a state where Vader defeats all his inner turmoil, defeats the dragon for the final time. The dragon is the evil, and the evil is embodied in the Emperor. Love is the only thing stronger than the dark side's hold over you, the only thing that can break it. So this time Anakin does it the light side way, using love. The portrayal of oneness within the films, when compared to the vivid and detailed descriptions found in the novels, for example, the unifying force, reveals a disparity in how these moments of oneness are depicted. Disparity can lead to misunderstanding about the nature and manifestation of oneness, particularly when translating these intricate concepts from text to screen. In the novels, oneness with the Force is often described as deep introspection and often accompanied by visual metaphors that suggest a glowing aura or a sense of being overwhelmingly powerful. These descriptions help convey the depth of the character's connection to the Force, showcasing their transcendence beyond their usual ability into a state of absolute unity of the Force. Such vivid imagery underlines the spiritual and existential breakthroughs people like Jason experience. However, when these moments are depicted in the film medium, the visual representation of oneness is necessarily more subdued. The films, constrained by the visual and narrative pacing, cannot delve into characters' internal experiences with the same depth as the novels. As a result, significant moments of oneness are portrayed with all the dramatic visual cues one might expect, such as glowing auras or a deep description of what is happening within. But this lack of visual flair does not diminish the importance or the reality of oneness within the film's context or change anything there. We need to understand the essence of oneness. This is not about the overt display of power or visual effects, but about the character's profound and transformative connection to the Force. For example, in Return of the Jedi, Darth Vader's redemption and final act to save Luke is a moment of oneness. The unifying verse confirms as much. We have that firsthand, even though it lacks any overt visual indication of such a state. Therefore, we should not rely solely on visual cues to recognize moments of oneness. In the films, it should engage with the narrative and see how oneness is often a subtle internal process. I'll just make note of this because I know people are going to be like, Principals are tired and Anakin isn't even glowing. Anyway, what Jason does is the exact same thing Vader does. Oneness is not some ability you do. There is no credited oneness ability in the books. It all comes from a state of mind and description which allows us to glean from the text that they are in a state of oneness, and what is described in the result of what is being described with Anakin. Ganner, Jason, Kenobi, Luke, etc. is all the same thing, with the exception of Anakin's unique oneness qualities discussed, of course. At that instant, Vader sprang up and grabbed the Emperor from behind, pinning Palpatine's upper arms to his torso. Weaker than he'd ever been, Vader had lain still these last few minutes, focusing his every fiber being in this one concentrated act. The only action possible, his last to be failed. Ignoring pain, ignoring his shame, his weaknesses, ignoring the bone-crushing noise in his head, he focused solely and sightlessly on his will to defeat the evil embodied in the Emperor. Source: Return of the Jedi novelization. Anak's first heart still exists within Vader. It burns all the time, but it is buried and clouded out. He's lost that part of himself and is now dominated by the dark side / Emperor, and is but a lost memory. Anakin was gone, a memory so deeply buried that he might have dreamed rather than lived it. The Force, as Anakin knew it, was interred with him and inseparable from him. Source: Dark Lord of the Rise and Darth Vader. This clip isn't this quote, but it's also proof that he's losing his memories as Anakin Skywalker. Go ahead and play it.
Rain was rare on weather-controlled Coruscant, but every so often, microclimatic storms would build in the bustling sky and sweep across the technoscape. Today's had blown in from the works and moved east with great speed, lashing the abandoned Jedi temple with unprecedented force. Vader's enhanced hearing could pick up the sound of fat, wind-driven raindrops spattering against the temple's elegant spires and flat roof, an eerie counterpoint to the sound of his boot heels striking the adamantine floor and echoing in the darkened, deserted corridors. Sidious had sent him here on a mission, ostensibly to search the archives for certain Sith holocrons long rumored to have been brought to the temple centuries earlier. But Vader knew the truth. Sidious wants to rub my masked face in the aftermath of the slaughter I spearheaded. Though the corpses had been removed by stormtroopers and droids, most of the spilled blood washed away. Scorch marks on the walls and ceiling attested to the surprise attack. Columns lay toppled, heritage tapestries hung in shreds, rooms reeked of carnage. But evidence of a less tangible sort also existed. The temple teemed with ghosts. What might have been the wind wending into holed hallways, never before penetrated, sounded like the funereal keening of spirits, waiting to be avenged. What might have been the resonance of the footfalls of Commander Apple's stormtroopers sounded like the beat of distant war drums. What might have been smoke from fires that should have gone out weeks earlier seemed more like wraiths, writhing in torment. Most of Vader's Anakin memories grew fainter by the day, but not Anakin's memories of what had happened here.
There you have it. With each day, the memories of Anakin Skywalker grow fainter and fainter.
There you go.
This right here is the source, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of Sith novelization. You can just play the clip. That's just what the quote is.
Alright.
In the newly renamed Emperor Palpatine Surgical Reconstruction Center on Coruscant, a hyper-sophisticated prototype Ubrikian DD-13 surgical droid moved away from the project that it and an enhanced FX-6 medical droid had spent many days rebuilding. It beckoned to a dark-robed shadow that stood at the edge of the pool of high-intensity light.
My lord, the construction is finished. He lives.
Good. Good. The shadow flowed into the pool of light, as though the overhead illuminators had malfunctioned. Droid stepped back as it came to the rim of the surgical table. On the table was strapped the very first patient of the N-Pal Su Recon Center. To some eyes, it might have been a pieced-together hybrid of droid and human, encased in a life support shell of gleaming black, managed by a thoracic processor that winked pale color against the shadow's cloak. To some eyes, its jointed limbs might have looked ungainly, clumsy, even monstrous. The featureless curves of black that served it for eyes might have appeared inhuman, and the underthrust grillwork of its vocabulator might have suggested the jaws of a saurian predator built of polished blast armor. But to the shadow, it was glorious. A magnificent jewel box, created both to protect and to exhibit the greatest treasure of the Sith. Terrifying, mesmerizing, perfect. The table slowly rotated to vertical, and the shadow leaned close. Lord Vader, Lord Vader, can you hear me? This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker forever. The first dawn of light in your universe brings pain. The light burns you. It will always burn you. Part of you will always lie upon black glass sand beside a lake of fire, while flames chew upon your flesh.
Like how through his bond with Cade, Crait connects to the dark side within him. Luke is connected to the light side of Vader. He's the only one who can see his redeemable. Oh, there you go. I got you. Okay, so I read this right here. Like how through its bond with Cade, Crait connects to the dark side within him. Luke is connected to the light side of Vader. He's the only one who can see his redeemable. Even the truth has its uses. By creating a bond with him, I will connect to the darkness within him. He will come to understand the power he possesses, how like he and I are. Luke Skywalker vs. Darth Vader and the Emperor. Star Wars Episode VI, Return of the Jedi DVD, Chapter 37 onwards. It's the battle the entire saga has been building towards, as the new hope of the Jedi confronts the ultimate evil in Emperor Palpatine. Which side will Vader be on? The Emperor doesn't have any loyalty to Vader, no more than he did to Dooku. And whichever Skywalker wins, he still has a pawn. He watched his father and son battle with a raw passion, as Luke fights to keep the evil of the Sith away from his sister Leia. Then when Vader's arm is chopped off and Luke refuses the Emperor's invitation to join him, Palpatine turns on Luke. Only Vader can save his son. At most times, and particularly in his weakened state, Vader wouldn't have stood a chance against the power emanating from his master. But the light side of the Force gives him the strength he needs. This is the only battle in the saga in which both opponents die. The Emperor's body explodes as it enters the reaction core, and Anakin Skywalker dies in his son's arms a few minutes later. Although Vader had claimed that the circle was complete when he encountered Ben Kelly at the Death Star, it really was complete now, as the good side and Anakin finally helped return balance to the Force.
One. Okay, to respond to your quote, Percival, about how Luke was the only one who could fight Vader because of his attachment to him. I do agree with that. That's something that's kind of implied throughout the novels if you read the Star Wars books. I mean,
Yeah, it's
you
even
could.
implied by Empire Strikes Back. Like the whole Vader is getting like darker and darker to the point like where he is unbeatable without an emotional attachment now. You
True.
wouldn't be able to beat him. It's why the Force Ghosts can't even intervene. Ben Kenobi tells Luke, if you go to face Vader, you're on your own. Not
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he's being
yeah.
stubborn or selfish, but
Yeah,
because
it's
he
like,
literally cannot help him.
yeah, he can't. It's out of his hands. So, like, by Empire Strikes Back, Vader is like back in the ring. He's a monster again.
Mm-hmm. He's fixed his mentality.
Mm-hmm.
He's about as close as to Anakin Skywalker was as he is gonna be.
Oh, but but hey, you know what they're gonna say, man. Darth Nihilus, he solos the prequel trilogy, Force Drain, via the Dark Reaper scene from the Clone Wars game.
No. You know what's even more funnier?
Uh-huh.
Vader goons using the ESB novelization as an argument. You know why this is so bad?
No.
It's
You
so
didn't.
bad.
Which part are you referring to?
I'm referring to the original OG ESP novelization. It's so bad that Yoda is stated to be blue. That's how outdated that shit is. Yoda was originally going to be blue, not green.
What the heck? I don't even remember that.
I
Huh.
remember that. It's in the original. It's like the very first like ESP novelization ever, pretty much.
Okay. Let me share my screen again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were right here. Do you have anything else to say before we continue with Crisis's video?
Not really.
Okay, let's go back.
Of dueling, Yoda favored Ataru
Actually,
and was the definitive match.
Actually, yeah, we were still continuing this from what I can
Yeah,
tell.
we were on this part, I'm pretty sure.
Fully versed in all forms of dueling,
All right.
Yoda
After you
favored Ataru and
get the timestamp figured out, I'll continue reading this. Since we got to continue this.
Oh, let me link you the timestamp.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully you should be able to yeah.
Okay, let me click on it real quickly.
You could also look at my screen. You know that? Like I'm sharing my screen. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's do that.
Was the definitive master of it.
All right, let me just scroll back up real quickly then.
While he did definitively lose this bout, pushing the at the time most powerful version of Sidious
Whenever
as
you're
far as he
started
did
the recording, we may begin.
Yeah. We're still recording.
All right. Do you want me to continue reading, or do you want to start it out right here? We're right below the crate shit.
I'm pretty sure you read the crate stuff.
Yeah, right below it. Like right after the crate shit, we got like another quote. You want to read it?
Oh. The dark is generous, and it is patient, and it always wins, but in the heart of its strength lies weakness. One lone candle is enough to hold it back. Love is more than a candle. Love can ignite the stars. Source: Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
Novelization specifically, but yeah.
Yeah, the novelization. Yeah, now it'll probably be in your best interest to later put the novelization part, because some people might not think to look at the novel. Yeah. Okay, I'll read the rest. This is a connection.
Before you do it, before you read, continue on. To be fair on that, anyways, I've labeled most of them as the novelization as it is, anyways. But yeah, continue.
Okay. This is a connection of love, which is of the light side, and it's the only way to break this hold and free those clouds that have shrouded the light left in him. This love connection frees his clouds, thus igniting his star/furnace heart, which is exactly what is happening when he is free of the dragon and fog in Revenge of the Sith. So it's the same thing Anakin is doing on the invisible hand. It links back in. Vader is doing this too, entering into this state of mental clarity and allowing the Force to shine through him without resistance, where dark and light become something he can play with within himself without having to remain on any one side or the other. All of the Force shines through him. It's Anakin's furnace heart shining through without restraint that warps reality. And that is more than the Force. Anakin doesn't merely utilize the Force, he commands it, embodying a force of nature that bends the very fabric of reality to his will. Beating Tyrannus and landing the invisible hand is proof that Anakin is not just aligned with the Force, he is its master, showing an ability to overpower and direct it in ways that defy comprehension, a capacity to reshape the impossible into a fact, and stringing along miracle after miracle for as long as he wills it, holding the Force in the clench of a white-hot fist. This is the power of Anakin's furnace heart. Same cannot be said for anybody else. Others must enter oneness to achieve this outcome. Others aren't necessarily choosing what they are doing in these moments of oneness either. It's just the Force acting through them. This is their moment. With Anakin, he just frees his mind and does whatever he wants. Nobody else can just do this. Our examples, Ganner, Jason, and Luke let go of themselves, surrenders his self-control, and becomes something larger than themselves, whereas Anakin seizes upon the Force, not letting go of the dragon and his restraint, but using it. Either option would result in Anakin being free of restraint, and Anakin ended up going with the son / Sidious's way of doing that on the invisible hand. And you guys might wonder where this dragon part comes from. You'll be satisfied to know that it does come from the Revenge of the Sith novel. It is explicitly direct when Mace Windu talks with Anakin about who the Sith Lord is. When Anakin reveals, you know the Chancellor. Well, I discovered that he's the Sith Lord, and then Anakin begins reading Mace Windu's mind and how Windu plans to kill Palpatine, but Anakin needs Palpatine's help, and this begins weakening his power, and there's this force within him, a dragon that's just consuming him. That's what Mace Windu describes it as. It was so bad where Mace Windu was like, whoa, you alright there, man? You need a drink or something? And it's like, yeah. I do remember this when I listened to the audiobook, and it's really good stuff. If you enjoyed the radio drama from Star Wars Return of the Jedi, I think you'll really enjoy the audiobooks. It's really good, by the way. So this
The Revenge of the Sith audiobook is one of my favorites of all time, period. It's so good.
It's really good. Oh my god. The ending is... It's the way they describe the tragedies that occur that is so terrifying. The way that they describe Dooku dying at the hands of Anakin and the betrayal of Sidious kind of makes it worse than if Sidious just killed him himself.
Yeah, it goes into very gory detail, and I fucking love it.
Yeah. I'm like, it's peak. It's peak.
It really is.
Alright, let's talk about the father's intentions. The father presents...
read this.
You could?
I can read this part if you want.
Go ahead.
The father's intentions. The father presents Anakin with a challenging choice between saving Obi-Wan or Ahsoka, symbolizing a test of Anakin's ability to let go. A theme, of course, revisited in Return of the Jedi. Letting go at this point is an impossible choice, nor does Anakin have the permission to use his inherent power by the time of Season 3. So instead of making that choice, Anakin goes with the only option currently available to him to pass the test. He defies the father, rejecting the ultimatum, and finds a way to free his friends anyway by tapping into the energy that flowed so freely on Mortis. If Anakin needed the Mortis Nexus, then obviously the father would be trying to get him to use the Nexus one way or another, which he doesn't. Which would mean Anakin in using the Nexus, would not be acting in defiance of the Father, which he is. It also just kinda doesn't make sense with all the above stuff from RTS, etc., nor within its own narrative, since the Son wants Anakin to unlock his own full potential. Anakin is the Son's anchor to going beyond simply one side of the Force, to corrupt the whole thing, corrupt the balance embodied in Anakin and the Father.
Mm-hmm.
If he needed the Nexus, then the scene on the Invisible Hand would not even be a mirror. How would he have proved he's the chosen one on the Invisible Hand? He wouldn't be able to demonstrate command of the entire Force itself with anything less than being the embodiment of the Force, 100% of the power. When he's one with himself, he's one with the Force. How would he have done this unless that inner power is the equivalent of Mortis? Each trial shows he is the chosen one, and the chosen one means controlling the Force itself. Or does being the chosen one mean different things between the Clone Wars and RTS now? I don't think we ever see an instance in the verse where freeing oneself would help tap into the free energies of a Nexus. That is completely external and unrelated to internal conflict. Freeing oneself and unlocking your furnace heart is an internal thing. Sure, the chosen one can harness all of Mortis, but that's not what being the chosen one means. It's just something that he can do as an extension of being that strong himself. His power isn't something separate and external from him. What would even be the point in that? The only way this even makes sense narratively is if Anakin is the equivalent of Mortis. And why would Anakin even have the ability to do that if he wasn't that strong? Why would the Son even need Anakin?
Okay, now I'm gonna say something. Okay, there's something in the Phantom Menace novel that goes into detail about what a vergence in the Force is. That when they talk about the young Anakin and how the vergence of the Force means he's a Force Nexus. He's a walking Force Nexus, just like Morabon and what's Dathomir and Mortis. He's like a portable version of all of those planets. He doesn't need to use those Force Nexuses to tap into his full power or get amped.
Yeah, that's the funny thing actually. Mortis and Anakin are essentially the same thing. Anakin is a walking Mortis. He only uses Mortis in the Clone Wars because he doesn't have the mental state to pull that power out from within himself yet.
Yep. Not only that, but you also have to pay attention to the dialogue they use. Remember, they say that the Force flows through Mortis like no other. That's what the Father says. Now he also says, now the whole narrative of episode 1, 2, and 3 is that the Force flows through Anakin like no other. Like he has the highest midichlorians in history.
Mm-hmm.
So they're pretty much, he's like a humanoid Mortis. That's why the Son requires him to leave so he could utilize all that power. Like he wants Anakin to leave with him. That it would allow him to use all of his power without being on Mortis. It's pretty simple narrative deduction. Like you could deduct that from looking at the narrative and the story.
That's the thing. It's not even just him having all the power he had on Mortis. He wants to turn Anakin fully dark so he can be like the Father. He can have both sides of the Force, but they're both dark. That's his plan in the end.
So, in essence, it's like what we were talking about like a few months ago. I think it was something about Anakin being the Dark Father. I mean, even when you look into the audiobook, Darth Vader was, no. Darth Sidious was digging through the Force trying to look for a name for Anakin as a Sith. And this isn't just a name that Sidious gave him, but the one that it's a name that the Force gave to Sidious himself. So so it's like digging through a bunch of name tags in a paper in like a plastic bottle and pulling out a name. And within that, the Force basically deems Anakin this dark father. Now, if you don't know, Vader in different languages means father. Pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what, yeah.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
Okay. So, that's something to mention.
Yeah, that's a little bit coincidental to just say he's called Dark Father because he's becoming a father soon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was going to replace the father of Mortis. So, of course, he's going to be...
What? Percival?
Yeah?
Yeah, your voice kind of clicked out.
Okay. Hang on. He's not called Darth Vader just because he's about to become a father. He's called Darth Vader because he was going to replace the father. As, that's what the father wanted, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, let me read this quote now.
Okay, go ahead.
At death, in order for you to preserve your identity, you must know yourself, your true self, and then let go. On that island dwells all that remains unconquered, when your existence some call evil, otherwise known as fear, all which must be finally overcome before the journey can be taken. Free yourself you must. A Jedi Master I am, know all that dwells within, I do. Mastered my weaknesses and conquered my fears, I have. Have you? You must face your evil on the island and defeat it. Source? Destiny Script. Overcoming his fear and knowing what dwells within frees Yoda, which is what the father tells Anakin to do. Face your guilt and free yourself. They want them to do the same thing. For Anakin, this involves his fear of loss and attachment, which is why he's given this ultimatum to let go of either his master or his apprentice, and it's all about the force within. You want to read this part?
Yeah, I'll read the Fulcrum Tool section. Oh, come on. Hold on. Okay. Fulcrum Tool. The Chosen One is a subject, a tool. He is not just the one being tested, but the test itself. For the Jedi, there's a race for the Chosen One to determine from which side the balance needs to be brought to. If the Jedi need to die, or if the Sith need to die, he is a test from the Force to see if the Jedi can follow the living Force. Can they wake up from their blindness? For example, Qui-Gon brings Anakin to the temple because it was the will of the Force. Yet the Council already made up their minds because their strict adherence to the code. The Jedi failed. The Jedi create light, but the Sith do not create darkness. They merely use the darkness that is always there, that has always been there. Greed and jealousy, aggression and lust and fear, these are all natural to sentient beings. The legacy of the jungle, our inheritance from the dark. I'm sorry, Master Windu, but I'm not sure I follow you. Are you saying, to follow your metaphor, that the Jedi have cast too much light? From what I've seen these past years, the galaxy has not become all that bright a place. Source: Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith novelization. And this is also mirrored on Mortis. By bringing the Chosen One here, you've shown me my potential. You've only yourself to blame. Source: The Altar of Mortis. Source: Secrets revealed in 3D. With his sister gone, the son craves freedom even more. He wants to leave Mortis, so his power will be unstoppable. The dark side Force wielder recognizes Anakin as the key to unleashing his power. Recognizes Anakin as the key to unleashing his power. Essentially meaning the Force brought the Chosen One here to save the day, but the Sith were obviously going to try and seduce him. He can unlock the dark side's full potential, unlock a potential beyond that of any one individual member of the Ones, a potential beyond the Son. Now something tells me that this can only mean Father-level strength. The entire Force would logically be the Son's potential and goal, as seen through the Son wanting to steal the Father's power. The Son is basically saying, now the Chosen One is here, I can be like you, Father. Source secrets revealed in 3D. Determined to stop the Son, the Father turns the blade of Mortis against himself. This sacrifice robs the Son of his chance to steal the Father's power. The Son is stunned by this and feels terrible for what he has caused. As the Father and the Son embrace, Anakin plunges his lightsaber through both of them, bringing an end to their struggle. Representing the balance point of the Force, the Father recognized in Anakin someone powerful enough to replace him and keep either of his children from dominating the other. Source: Relaunch Fact File 75. It was clear to Qui-Gon that Anakin himself represented the balance between the light and dark sides of the Force. Source: Relaunch Fact File 23.
You can just briefly show him the scan right here if you want to. You don't have to read it, since you read the quote.
Yeah, sure. Again, pause the video if you guys want to continue reading this.
Yeah, we already read the important bit anyways.
Yeah. The Father wanted Anakin to take his place. He recognized that Anakin was powerful enough to maintain the balance between dark and light, but Anakin rejected the offer. Source: Relaunch Fact File 59. For a man who has already served the opposing roles of peacekeeping Jedi and wartime general, and given his paternal Force abilities and high midichlorian count, it makes sense. If the Father can no longer preside over his dueling children, son and daughter, Anakin is the only one in the universe, it seems, strong enough to keep them in check in his absence, at least in this strange world that seems to operate purely on a metaphysical level. Source: Rewatch.
If you want, I can read this part.
What's rewatch? I'm a bit confused on that.
I think it's a guide or something, from what I remember.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's definitely it's like a guide because I remember the metaphysical level statement in a guide.
All right.
If you want, I can read this part.
Okay.
And remember, Anakin has the power at his disposal and is ready to use it. This is the potential Anakin unlocks to the Son, because Anakin is that powerful. He is the balance. This also ties into how and why Anakin is the shatter point, and everything depends on him. He is the key to controlling everything. He's connected to everything, so he affects everything. Both Anakin and Mortis are points in the Force where all its energy converges, that are connected to all things. Indeed, Mortis and Anakin's internal balance have the same effect on the galaxy. Anakin's choice governs the storm that clouds the galaxy, and so the prospect of him falling to the dark side terrifies Yoda. As Anakin's internal balance, or the balance of Mortis, is affected, so is the galaxy's balance synonymously. As his own internal balance was affected, so the galaxy fell to the dark side. The traditional forces of light, such as the Jedi Order, were decimated. Source: Relaunch Fact File 23. As the balance on this world crumbles, so too shall war escalate in your galaxy. Source: Overlords. As war enters its final dramatic days, the fiery turmoil within Anakin Skywalker gathers strength and threatens to consume him. Localities and agendas rush at him from all sides. Conflicting demands are made of him and sacrifices begged. Though he knows it not, the slave becomes savior, holds the fate of the galaxy in his artificial palm. His choice governs the coming storm. The Tempest will either be tamed, or it will be unleashed upon the galaxy as an unstoppable scourge, binding all under the tyranny of the Sith.
Source. Slideshow, Star Wars, Anakin Skywalker.
The tangled web of fault lines in the Force he had seen connecting Anakin to Obi-Wan and to Palpatine were no more. In their place was a single spider knot that sang with power, enough to crack the planet. Anakin Skywalker no longer had shatter points. He was a Shatterpoint. The Shatterpoint. Everything depended on him. Everything. Source? Star Wars Episode 3, Religious Sith Novelization.
Prince of Chaos? I mean, like, we're kind of making a video. I mean, if you're willing to help, I mean, you could stay, but, like, if you have something else to do, you could just leave.
Yeah. We're kind of in the middle of something.
I'm just gonna mute.
Yeah, let me do that as well.
Hold on. Actually, I could just disconnect him. I'm just gonna do that.
Yeah, just do that for now. No offense to him, but we're in the middle.
No offense to him, but we're doing something.
Alright. Maul, he is the key to everything. Ahsoka, to bring balance to the Force, to destroy the Force. Source, the Phantom Apprentice. And here's the full context of the clip.
Hold on, let's look at this.
Look at them. So blissfully ignorant.
Care to tell me what this is all about? Or would you rather save it for the Council?
Oh no, you are the one that I wish to speak with. Were you not cast out of your order?
I left voluntarily.
Yes, but you were motivated to leave by the hypocrisy of the Jedi Council. We were both tools for greater powers.
I am here to bring you to justice.
Justice is merely the construct of the current power base. A base which, according to my calculations, is about to change.
And Darth Sidious is behind it?
He is behind everything. In the shadows, always, but soon, very soon, he will reveal himself.
With your help, the Jedi can stop Sidious before it's too late.
Too late? For what? The Republic to fall? It already has, and you just can't see it. There is no justice, no law, no order, except for the one that will replace it. The time of the Jedi has passed. They cannot defeat Sidious.
But together, you and I can. Every choice you have made has led you to this moment.
But you must answer one question.
You have but to ask.
What do you want with Anakin Skywalker?
He is the key to everything.
To bring balance to the Force?
To destroy. He has long been groomed for his role as my master's new apprentice.
Yeah, so as you can pretty much see, oh my god, what? Okay. The Wi-Fi is better now. As you can pretty much see, it is stated that Anakin is the key to either bring balance to the Force or destroy it. And I did watch the Clone Wars. There was a statement where Darth Maul said that the dark side has never been stronger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're actually going to be getting to that in a little bit.
Oh,
anyways.
what?
Yep.
Oh,
Let's
good.
continue first. We stand before you, disciples of the dark side, intent on its supremacy. It has been foreseen that one lives who will control the universe. Where? It is unknown. But know this, the chosen one is the key. He who controls Skywalker will control everything. We tell you this to guarantee your success. Source? Ghosts of Mortis. Deleted scene.
This is from this was from the scene where Darth Revan and Darth Bane talk to the sun. So people might not know that, so I might as well just say it.
Yeah. About that, just because Revan was shown as a Sith spirit does not mean it contradicts Lucas's vision. Because Mortis is where all the energies, of the galaxy, of the world, converge into. So his spirit being able to appear there isn't really far-fetched.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Okay, let's read this
Terrifies
next.
me. This possibility does, though. Feel fear, I know we Jedi must not. If Anakin were ever to fall, the prospects for the galaxy dire would be. We must hope the balance he brings us for good. Source: Clone Wars comic UK number 7 Yoda code. You want to read this next part?
Yeah. Mortis growth. When the daughter, Light, dies, the Sith grow vastly in strength. Source: Ghost of Mortis episode gallery. The father warns that the Sith will be strengthened by his daughter's death, and that the Jedi must leave Mortis before the son can take their ship. The Sith/dark side has never been so strong. Although the Son has always touched the dark side, never before has he been so deeply held within its grip. Source: The Clone Secrets Revealed in 3D. Pablo Hidalgo. As the Son reaches further into the dark side, so too will the Sith gain strength and power. Source: The Clone Wars Secrets. Secrets Revealed in 3D. Pablo Hidalgo. The Ones acted as caps to power, guarding it and making sure mortals don't get too powerful by exploiting their power. When they die, these caps are released, allowing people to enter their realm of power since there is nobody guarding it. We are the ones who guard the power. We are the middle, the beginning, and the end. Glad she cleared that up for us. Source: Overlord script. Source: Clone Wars Comic UK 6.17. The Jedi meet the daughter. We are the ones who guard the power. We are the middle, the beginning, and the end. The true journey begins with the revelations of the three powerful beings guarding the balance of the Force. Then why reveal yourselves to us? There are some who would like to exploit our power. The Sith are but one. Too much dark or light would be the undoing of life as you understand it. When news reached me that the Chosen One had been found, I needed to see for myself. Source: Overlord script. Anakin, naturally due to his current position in power, grows well into and past the One's range of power. Him now taking the Father's place with the Force now unrestrained. I hear often questions like, if Anakin is far above the Ones, then how is Tyrannus competing with him? And this is the reason. Tyrannus too is growing into the One's range after their deaths, as seen above with Tyrannus later representing the entire dark side versus the Chosen One. Source: Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith novelization. He called upon the Force, gathering it to himself and wrapping himself within it. He breathed in it. He breathed it in and held it whirling inside his heart, clenching down upon it until he could feel the spin of the galaxy around him, until he became the axis of the universe. This was the real power of the dark side, the power he had suspected even as a boy, had sought through his long life until Darth Sidious had shown him that it had been his all along. The dark side didn't bring him to the center of the universe, it made him the center. He drew power into its innermost being till the Force itself existed only to serve his will. Okay. The Father is shown in the episodes themselves to be inferior to Palpatine. It sets up the Ones as these ultra-powerful beings, sets up their power being exploited, which is exactly what we see with Talton, who infuses Savage Opress into a dark side monster through application of Ichor.
I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but it's something like that.
Ichor from the essence of the daughter. A pure strand of spirit Ichor, pulled directly from the other realm. The Winged Goddess. In the spirit realm, the Winged Goddess appears as a blinding white griffin. It is she who governs fertility and growth, she who acts as a mediator to reconcile the wounded parties. She knows everything that has occurred and everything that is yet to come. I do not wish to disturb the Winged Goddess with endless supplications, but in times of severe distress, I have used the shaman's connection to directly invoke the spirits. When the call succeeds, the specters of long ago warriors will glow into view. Heralded by a rush of wind, they will charge a target while uttering a shriek that emanates from every direction at once. And by season 3 of Clone Wars, Anakin's raw power, when guilt-free / amped by Mortis, is greater than the son and daughter, proving that he is in fact the Chosen One, the being of unseen power. From this point on, his raw power continues to grow. Soon after, he joins the Son and gains a huge power boost to where he's described as ultimately supreme over Darth Sidious, being depicted as too powerful for the combined might of both Yoda and Sidious work together, and makes Darth Sidious feel fear for the first time, being imbued with the very essence of darkness. Source: Star Wars The Clone Wars Infinities. Yoda and Sidious united. Anakin and the Son's first stop is Coruscant. Yoda and Darth Sidious can both feel their unstoppable malevolence approaching in the Force. And for the first time in an age, the Sith Lord feels fear. The Jedi Master, too, knows that Anakin is a challenge that must be met and conquered quickly, or he risks losing everything. The unlikely pair meet Anakin and the Son on a landing platform. All pretense is dropped. Combat is engaged. Force lightning flickers everywhere. and blades crimson, green, and blue flash in the Coruscant rain. But Anakin, imbued with the very essence of the dark side, is too powerful for these masters of good and evil. He strikes them down and grows even more powerful than before. Jet black storm clouds swirl in the skies and refuses to clear. And refuse to clear? Is that a typo? And Coruscant is plunged into eternal night.
Yeah, Anakin is built different. Not only does he make Sidious genuinely feel fear, but he kills Yoda and Sidious in a 2-on-1 battle.
I'm not sure if it's a 2-on-1. I remember
No, right here. I know that the sun is with him, but right here, if you notice, it says Anakin, imbued with the very essence of the dark side, is too powerful for these masters of good and evil. It implies he kills them by himself.
Yeah, I understand
crazy.
that. I understand that. You're kind of missing what I'm saying. I'm saying that the sun is not necessarily the problem. It's Anakin that is.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying that if you look in the Star Wars Infinity scan, it talks about Anakin being the threat and not the sun. Like they all meet on the landing platform, but it's Anakin.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying now.
Yeah, I'm saying that like Anakin beat them by himself essentially, which is pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm. Although the boost from killing Yoda and Sidious did not occur, before this boost, this alternate take is simply Dark Anakin having joined the sun. After this boost, however, he turns the entire atmosphere into eternal, never-ending darkness simply with his presence. It makes sense to believe he will be above this level of power during Order 66. Prior to this alternate reality boost, however, Anakin is casually besting Obi-Wan and then Ahsoka. Loose ends. Twisted by the visions of his future self, Anakin is overcome by grief, rage, and a new sense of purpose. All he cares about is returning to the galaxy and tying up the loose ends who refuse to bow to his whims. Loose ends like Obi-Wan and Ahsoka in the cave of the dark side. With lava all around, Anakin casually disarms and abandons his former master to the fiery depths. At the ship, Ahsoka is not quick enough or quiet enough to escape his flashing blade. This actually implies that Obi-Wan is not dead, he's just disarmed.
I mean, regardless, it's basically at the point where he's not even a threat anymore.
True.
He's trapped at Mordor at best.
Alright. This is the focused, determined Anakin with a desire for blood in the same mindset as Nightfall Vader prior to Confliction. There is no reason to believe the boost he received from joining the sun didn't remain after his memory of what happened was wiped. It was only his knowledge that was removed. This even being described as simply a dose of amnesia. Source: Star Wars The Clone Wars Episode Guide. The tragic consequences. The father erases Anakin's memory of the vision to help restore the balance. The father sees only one way to prevent the son from leaving Mortis and wreaking havoc in the galaxy. With Anakin's help, he sets a tragic endgame in motion, in which he and the son both die. Anakin's vision culminates with an image of the mask of Darth Vader. Source: Star Wars The Clone Wars Episode Guide. The father takes away Anakin's knowledge of what he has seen. But whether this dose of amnesia is good or bad for the galaxy is unknown. The son then acquires Anakin and declares that together they will defeat the Foreseen One from the vision, and even together they only might win. The son. The future by its nature can be changed. Join me, and together we will destroy this emperor you see in your visions. Then we shall end war, corruption, and suffering throughout the galaxy. Will we bring peace? Of course. You know, I just realized this is a mirror of Darth Sidious having Anakin join him.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
That's what the sun is actually supposed to symbolize.
Yeah.
It's supposed to mirror Darth Sidious.
Source: Ghosts of Mortis script. The Sun promises that Anakin's future need not be what he saw in his vision. That if he joins the Sun, they might destroy the Emperor and establish peace throughout the galaxy.
Yeah, and that's the Ghost of Mortis episode gallery.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is on, whatchamacallit, StarWars.com, I think? I remember
Probably.
seeing something like this anyway.
If you
So
want,
that is the...
I can read this part.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yep. So that is the power of Anakin, who is essentially a walking Mortis Scar Dark, expressed in the sun's potential. Plus the sun, plus the daughter, and they might beat the Foreseen One if they work together. But how is Palpatine so strong? It's because the Foreseen One represents a future Palpatine who exists both after the ones have died and after possessing and turning Anakin to the dark side. An Anakin that has grown an actual unimaginable amount since Season 3 of the Clone Wars. I don't want to make this into a big long post about Anakin's growth, so I'll keep it brief. From Season 3, Anakin is stated to grow vastly in power, in GCAN sources, and then double from Season 6 to RTS alone, which is at the very most a 6-month gap, and at the very least a few weeks, thanks to Clone Wars dating retcons. But Ahsoka eventually became disillusioned and left the Jedi Order, an act which Anakin regretted. The Clone Wars continued, and Anakin became a hero and grew vastly in power.
Anakin
Source?
Skywalker databank.
Yep, there's also this Twitter right here.
Yeah, where Alex asked the Holocron Keeper. This basically means he's a worldview supervisor or canon manager. Do Obi-Wan and Anakin get any better between the Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith? They seem to do pretty well. They seem to do pretty much the same against Dooku. In Revenge of the Sith, Anakin does say to Dooku that his powers have doubled since they last met. And it's a shame that people have to be told this, but...
Yeah, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
This originally referred just to Attack of the Clones, but since since Season 6 of the Clone Wars came out, and then they fought again, this is what they're referring to now. It's been retconned to refer to Season 6.
Well, it could refer to both, you know.
Well, it says since they last met. The time they last meet before RTS is Season 6.
Oh, okay. Got it. So without
So if I'm going on into all of his growth, which I can expand on if you want me to, the takeaway here is that the Anakin she possesses is well over twice as powerful than the one the son possesses, and the one that showed parity of the father. Anakin, of course, being that catalyst for unlocking the dark side's full potential, that both the son and Sidious wish to obtain. And before I hear, this is father versus Palpatine, not father, Palpatine, Anakin, I'll say that if you're not using Palpatine with Anakin, then what Palpatine are we actually using? Because Anakin is part of its power. It is largely why he's so powerful in RTS. Using the Clone Wars, Sidious would also be using Sheev plus Dooku by the same logic. Sheev draws power from his apprentices. That is how that Sith Master and Apprentice bond works. That is just part of Sheev's power. If we are ranking people without their Force bonds and connections, then we really have nothing to go off of, and may as well be ranking them without the Force. My son is right, Count. It is time to eliminate everything that gives Sidious power. Beginning with you. This is the Son of Dathomir comic.
Yep.
Sheev uses that living force connection of his apprentice, similar to how Talzin uses Queen Joyo's living force. He co-bets Anakin's power, and later possesses it entirely. The hour is far too late to trouble yourself with such matters, my dear. It may help you to know, however, that I am not a natural force wielder like the Jedi or Sith. I use dark magic to achieve power. But as a Baltodian, he possesses a strong connection to the living force, a connection that will now be mine. Never. I will not succumb to your evil. Source: the disappeared script. Much like Darth Sidious seeks to use Anakin Skywalker's powerful connection to the Force for his own dark deeds, the Great Mother is willing to sacrifice the Queen Julia and so many others' harvested souls to attain a power greater than the Sith or the Jedi. Source: the disappeared rewatch. When Anakin had visions of Amenda's death and childbirth, his fears were manipulated by the Sith Lord Darth Sidious, who coveted the young man's great power and sought to make Anakin his Sith apprentice. Ultimately, Sidious drew Anakin to the dark side of the Force, giving him the name Darth Vader and compelling him to commit a massacre in the Jedi Temple.
The galaxy
Sidious
and
Go ahead.
The galaxy and his family. Sidious had carefully ensured his apprentice would associate every cruel and terrible action he was about to commit with a long-term goal of peace and security. Darth Vader now belonged to him, body and soul. Which is how Sheev is able to become fully empowered in Revenge of the Sith, mirroring the son needing Anakin to be fully empowered. And of course, all of this is intended to deepen the concepts in the films, acting as one big metaphor. And in regard to the stuff about the link we just went in depth on above, not only does it make the one supreme in any sense, not only does it not make the one supreme in any sense, like the people claim, but Sidious also possesses that same exact thing through Anakin anyways. And not just a link to any one side either, like the son or daughter, but a link to all the Mortis power like the father. So it's not something that can really be levied against Sidious here anyways. You have to think of it like these are 3 entire episodes that take place in the tree when Luke is on Dagobah. This is all spiritual. This is all metaphor. This is all symbolic in some way. I can tell you that many things in this arc of stories is a metaphor. Everything is symbolic of everything that takes place in all 6 Star Wars films. Dave Filoni's Star Wars, The Clone Wars 3 Altar of Mortis featurette. That's the source. Jedi Master Yoda confronts his evil opposite as the now Emperor Palpatine reaches full power as Sith Lord Darth Sidious. The forces of light and dark clash head-on as both figures battle furiously. First in Palpatine's quarters, and finally in the deserted Galactic Senate itself. These titans continue clashing until Yoda is downed, but hardly defeated. He escapes his enemy's clutches with the help of colleague Bail Organa, fleeing to fight another day. Yoda confronts the now fully empowered Palpatine in his holding office on Coruscant. Entering the room, the little Jedi makes quick work of Palpatine's guards, then calmly faces his cloak-shrouded foe. Your arrogance blinds you, Master Yoda. The revealed Darth Sidious tells him, now you will experience the full power of the dark side. With that, Palpatine raises his arms threateningly and shoots blue lightning bolts from his fingertips. On Mortis, the son seeks to steal the father's power with the dagger, but this never happens. And of course, the father and Anakin represent the same thing, the balance of the Force. And Sidious does come to possess that balance power for himself. So fully empowered in Sidious in Revenge of the Sith represents what the son would have become had he taken that balance power. You can see this. Sidious is the culmination of all this power, a representation of what happens when everything that could go wrong goes wrong. When the light is completely destroyed and the power to balance is corrupted and in his hands, he truly has unlimited power. The Father is shown in the episodes themselves to be inferior to Palpatine. It sets up the ones as these ultra-powerful beings, sets up their power being exploited, which is exactly what we see with Talzin, who infuses Savage Opress into a dark side monster through application of ichor from the essence of the daughter. Bear in mind, this happens the episode before the Mortis arc. Right before they say, there are some who wish to exploit our power. It's through setting up the power of these ultra godlike entities and that power being exploited that the threats and the stakes are up tenfold, kicking the Clone Wars into higher gear. Their way of making these the Clone Wars guys the real top bad guys. You've watched the Jedi battle Sith, clones battle Separatists, and secrets be revealed, but now everything's about to change. A Dark Lord's betrayal will set in motion a chain of events that even the Jedi might not be powerful enough to stop, and lead to the creation of a new threat, one who could consume the galaxy with hate. Basically, he's no joke. It's time for the Clone Wars to kick into high gear, and nothing will be the same. Source the Clone Wars Season 3 promo.
Alright, I'll pick it up here and finish this Mortis stuff here, basically. This is why we have sources at that state. The sources that state that Anakin Skywalker is at his prime and peak. Sources that acknowledge the events of Mortis as well, such as Factfile. Tell us more about what's in the game, but not the film. Just remember us. What we wanted to do was expand upon ideas and scenes that were maybe cut short or just, through the editing process, don't appear very long in the film. We're able to then expand and fully realize different environments and attacks and events that may just be a minute or two in the film sequence. But then we'll get to show Anakin and Obi-Wan at their fullest, their most powerful, and give players then a chance to relive all those big, exciting action sequences, even larger and bigger than what is seen in the film. Source: Revenge of the Sith Goods. Star Wars Galactic Files. Classic lines. This is where the fun begins. Anakin Skywalker, Revenge of the Sith. Anakin Skywalker is a Jedi warrior at the peak of his considerable powers, when he and Obi-Wan Kenobi take on General Grievous and rescue the kidnapped Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. Alive with the Force, Anakin relishes the excitement his missions with the Jedi Order provide. Thrilling adventures that challenge and test his extraordinary skills. That is Galactic Files, 2004. That is the source.
Yep, right.
And then we got Star Wars Annual 2014. Anakin Skywalker. Anakin is a hero throughout the galaxy thanks to his amazing exploits in the front lines of the Clone Wars. He's carried out daring rescues, defended entire planets, and faced many dangerous enemies. The Force is stronger than ever with him. How the qualities that have made him a hero are also the qualities that worry the Jedi Council. He is headstrong, passionate, and impulsive. Although it goes against the Jedi Code, Anakin has married Padme Amidala in secret. He's also good friends with Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, while the other Jedi keep their distance. Anakin is motivated by love, but sometimes his actions have unexpected consequences, especially when he fails to control his temper. Many Jedi believe that he is the chosen one, destined to bring balance to the Force. But not even Master Yoda can foresee how this might happen. Alrighty, now we we can go to that crisis video. Back to that crisis video. Yeah. So yeah, before we press play, he's gonna. So as we brought up earlier, we addressed the whole Mortis situation. I get why people think the Mortis guys are so powerful and are like these top tier guys, but they get eclipsed pretty badly. People don't pay attention to material, or they don't understand what Lucas is trying to say right here when he's talking about the gods.
Alright, let's continue.
Most powerful version of Sidious, as far as he did, is quite probably the best display in the entire prequel era as a whole. Barring insane like the ones or something. Fully versed in all forms of dueling, Yoda favored Utaru and was the definitive master of it, showing up the likes of Dooku and routinely besting Windu in their spars, two of the best duelists of the age. He boasts barrier creation, energy redirection, and nullification with Tuna Menace, Force Stun, without a doubt a top contender for the most capable Force wielder of his time. Moving on to Darth Vader, he is one of the most powerful and skilled Force users to ever live. After rising through the ranks of the Jedi Order, being a master in all but name, being stated numerous times to be one of, if not the strongest being in the galaxy. In his madness and confliction, he was struck down by his former master, left for a time broken. As presented through the pages of Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, acting as the sequel to the Revenge of the Sith novel in the officially recognized Dark Lord trilogy of novels, we see the fallen Jedi once again forge himself into the all but unstoppable weapon he once was, if not beyond. He'd make upgrades to his suit, make strides in compensating for his doubts, and become so lethal that he'd seemingly reach the level of power he once held as a Jedi Knight, with the Force coursing through him in a way having nothing to do with his cybernetics or Durasteel armor.
Real quickly before this guy goes on, this guy glazes Vader.
I'm pretty sure that's Dark Lords of the Sith. I'm pretty sure that's Disney canon, but
Well, no, I think I know what he's referring to. I'm pretty sure, but regardless, before we continue, this man glazing Vader, the source he's literally using, states that the memories of Anakin Skywalker grow fainter with each day. You cannot use this source to put it above Anakin.
Tag me to that.
We did show it earlier, but sure, I can show it again.
Yeah, show it again, just so.
Let me just find it first. All right, here it is. Let me just tag you. And just tag. Yeah, like I said, before we continue watching this man glaze, we need to refute this argument because it's so horrible.
Rain was rare on weather-controlled Coruscant, but every so often, microclimatic storms would build in the bustling sky and sweep across the technoscape. Today's had blown in from the works and moved east with great speed, lashing the abandoned Jedi Temple with unprecedented force. Vader's enhanced hearing could pick up the sound of fat, wind-driven raindrops spattering against the temple's elegant spires and flat roof, an eerie counterpoint to the sound of his boot heels striking the adamantine floor and echoing in the darkened, deserted corridors. Sidious had sent him here on a mission, ostensibly to search the archives for certain Sith holocrons long rumored to have been brought to the temple centuries earlier. But Vader knew the truth. Sidious wants to rub my masked face in the aftermath of the slaughter I spearheaded. Though the corpses had been removed by stormtroopers and droids, most of the spilled blood washed away, scorch marks on the walls and ceiling attested to the surprise attack. Columns lay toppled, heritage tapestries hung in shreds, rooms reeked of carnage. But evidence of a less tangible sort also existed. The temple teemed with ghosts. What might have been the wind wending into holed hallways, never before penetrated, sounded like the funereal keening of spirits, waiting to be avenged. What might have been the resonance of the footfalls of Commander Apple's stormtroopers sounded like the beat of distant war drums. What might have been smoke from fires that should have gone out weeks earlier seemed more like wraiths, writhing in torment. Most of Vader's Anakin memories grew fainter by the day, but not Anakin's memories of what had happened here.
Yeah, so see, that's pretty bad.
That's pretty explicit.
Yeah, the quote we showed earlier as well even directly states that it was as if Anakin was gone, and as if the memory was a dream rather than he actually lived it. So yeah,
True.
you can't use these statements to put him above Anakin. It doesn't work.
Alright.
Starting out as a doubt-filled dark side novice, Sidious would train Vader in the hopes of becoming greater than Anakin Skywalker, which he'd eventually achieve. Just as Sidious grew in power since the prequels via his study of the dark side, so too did Vader through training and combat. This is evident.
I'm not gonna address this too much for this video, since that's a whole nother topic. But Palpatine does not increase in power in the original trilogy. After Order 66, and after he gets chopped up, he actually starts declining to the point he's below the Phantom Menace Kenobi. Again, that's a whole nother topic, but I wanted to at least mention it.
Alright.
Continue.
Comparisons to prior prequel-era top tiers and his further supremacy above them. In the early days of the Empire, a Darksider boasting the power of Vader, yet none of his control, faced Yoda as he was on Dagobah, managing to combat the once Grandmaster of the Order for days before being bested.
How does this necessarily correlate to Vader? Just because Vader has more control doesn't mean he's more powerful than this person. That's not a good argument. Continue.
As well as Nick Rostu, someone who had fought beside Mace Windu against the powerful Kar Vastor, stating that Vader's power dwarfed Vastor's, with the latter being stated stronger and faster than Mace, and more on Yoda or Anakin's level of power.
No,
and
pause
Vader is simply...
This argument is so bad, since not only is Kar Vastor scaling to Mace Windu, who is like stopgaps above Vader, but it's also so bad because we don't even know if this is referring to Kar Vastor's prime or not. I'm going to assume not, though, if you consider this statement valid, because it muddles everything else up pretty much. Continue.
Far stronger than Vastor by comparison. Both of these examples are very early on in Vader's growth, as he'd constantly train and refine his abilities in all facets. From A New Hope to Empire to Return of the Jedi, each entry would see Vader becoming stronger and stronger, every time reaching a new peak in power above what he was. In the much beloved Shadows of the Empire, Vader even muses that his son, Luke Skywalker, is stronger than all Jedi throughout history, with statements claiming the Sith Lord easily dealt with Luke on Cloud City and with...
We're not going to spend too much time on this right here, since this is also kind of another topic, but I need to at least address this. Both statements are not valid. They contradict what Lucas has said. That's all I'm going to say for now. Honestly, it's just that simple. We've already addressed that the hierarchy should not be ignored. Continue.
Luke himself later comparing a Night Sister dominating him through the Force to the hand he believed his father would have dealt him if Vader wasn't holding back on his only family in Return of the Jedi. So he not only manhandled a Force user he believed to be stronger than the likes of Mace and Yoda, but he'd also bully an even stronger and more adept version of Luke, in the young Skywalker's own words, if Darth Vader was not holding back. In terms of dueling, Vader was a master of all forms of combat, including hand-to-hand, as he'd dominate high-ranking Imperial guards, trained to perfection in all the arts of war. Against multiple attackers, all using various unpredictable means of attack, Vader simply alternated between every fighting method, a trait evocative of the highest level of skill possible. Even at a time where the likes of Yoda, Obi-Wan, and Sidious were all active and certainly capable of saber combat for the most part, Vader was affirmed as the greatest duelist in the galaxy. As far as Force powers and abilities, it would be quicker to state what Vader doesn't have access to. See my video detailing Vader in full to learn more, but it's safe to say that if there is a dark or light side technique, Vader can most likely perform it masterfully, as he was upheld by Sidious as a Dark Lord, and he stated a master of the Force itself many times. He can probe his enemy's mind for their fears, empower himself off said fears, fire Force judgment, use to menace, blow up the kyber crystals within lightsabers. Simply put, he's a supremely versatile combatant. With all of our fighters described, how does this matchup go down? Could Vader single-handedly wipe a squad containing some of the greatest forces the light side has ever produced? Honestly, I think he's got a good shot. I think most people would agree that based on their feats in scaling, or lack thereof, that most of the council members are falling to Vader's blade pretty early. Stas Ali, Aegon Kolar, Coleman, Sassy Tin, Opa Rancis. As crazy as it might sound, the evidence is there to support Vader being able to run through these guys fairly easily. While they are more adept than the bulk of the Order, various guides and sources place Vader as transcending his power as a Jedi Knight, with Anakin Skywalker being stated the most powerful warrior, period, numerous times, especially with the dark side on his side.
I think now is a good time as any to address where Vader actually scales. Let me get to that point.
Alright, you gonna tag me into something?
Yeah, just give me a second. I do agree with him on most of these points, at least by Empire Strikes Back, that Vader would slaughter like these council members. But his arguments aren't good at all. The only reason Vader slaughters this is due to essentially what you can call hacks. He can just remove the living force from the equation. Jedi become powerless against him, essentially.
Alright.
You can start.
Alright. Now, I'll read what you say. Now, I won't compile every single quote here that says Anakin's power is diminished in the suit, because it would probably double the length of this thread and would be pointless. But here are some main points to dispel this silly notion that Anakin keeps on growing after Mustafar. Vader in the suit is far less powerful. He has far less midichlorians to pull cosmic power into the living force. He is a shadow of his former self. And the source is from Star Wars Insider 72, question and answer, the Q&A. In The Empire Strikes Back, Luke gives Vader a serious fight. By the time of Return of the Jedi, he barely breaks a sweat battling Vader. Why? As Anakin is the chosen one and essentially a creation of the Force, Luke cannot be stronger. Anakin would be a far more experienced swordsman. What explains Luke's remarkable ability to challenge the most feared Sith Lord in the galaxy? I'm always hesitant to answer the whole who would beat who in a fight and why type questions. Because despite the best efforts to quantify capabilities as hard numbers by card games, video games, and role-playing games, the Star Wars universe just doesn't work that way. Random factors can always tip the balance. The skill levels are always subservient to the needs of the story. That's why a rookie farm boy can blow a sophisticated battle station out of the sky. It's the will of the Force. More importantly, it's the will of the script. If you ask George Lucas about the outcome of the duel, he'd likely say it's what the story needed. For those craving a more specific explanation, keep in mind that Lucas has said that we've never seen true Jedi fighting in the original trilogy. In other words, the skill and power that Anakin shows as a young man is greater than what we see in the classic films. As Vader, Anakin is more machine than man, and being a half-droid construct has seriously hampered his lightsaber prowess. Luke, though not as skillful or acrobatic as the young Jedi in the prequels, is still a formidable opponent, and he is very strong in the Force. There you go. And keep in mind, this section, Star Wars Insider, is where the top Star Wars officials provides answers to your Star Wars questions, making it C canon, arguably even higher. This likely references Attack of the Clones Anakin as it predates the start of Revenge of the Sith promotional material, and the question itself pertains to Attack of the Clones Anakin. This seems more likely as from 2002 to 2014, Attack of the Clones Anakin gets most powerful Jedi quotes for all time that the galaxy's ever known, which spans both future and past from an out-of-universe standpoint. Meaning even before his mega growth, he is still greater than anybody else from a power perspective. Source, Star Wars official YouTube channel. Originally an Easter egg found in the first DVD edition of Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones, this collection of bloopers and outtakes shows that even the most powerful Jedi can awkwardly trip and fall again and again. Wait, do you want me to read more of it, or is that necessary?
It's not really necessary. It's just extra stuff.
Yeah, I figured. Holy shit! Okay, let me read that. Okay, seriously. Christensen will be on stage for interviews at Celebration the 2nd and to answer questions from the audience. Hear what it's like to learn to use a lightsaber, to work in a Star Wars film, and to portray the greatest Jedi of all time, Anakin Skywalker, Hayden Christensen at Celebration the 2nd. Source, StarWars.com. Josh Cowling, age 9, gives us a visual guide to the most dangerous Jedi the galaxy has ever known. Source, Star Wars Comic UK, Volume 4.26, Galactic Gallery, 2007. This depicts Attack of the Clones Anakin. This isn't really the best quality, man.
Yeah, it's the best I could do.
Yeah.
You want me to read it?
No, you don't. I mean, like you're talking about like inside the picture, because I could read the yellow box.
Oh yeah, go ahead and read the yellow box. That's all we need anyways.
Alright. Josh Cowling, age 9, gives us a visual guide to the most dangerous Jedi the galaxy has ever known. Anakin Skywalker. Okay, you can see Anakin, his hairstyles of the Attack of the Clones era. You can see his lightsaber. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And from that state of power, he goes into a state of power that is beyond anything he had ever known, or am I missing something?
He had ever known.
He had ever known, which includes Zonoma Sakat and any other Jedi or past threats he has seen or even knows about, including any amps he has ever felt. This power can be felt from across the galaxy and ruses Qui-Gon from the netherworld while overwhelming Yoda to where he cannot focus his thoughts, despite them being more focused than ever at the time. Nothing can stop Anakin in this state. Deep in his meditations,
you actually don't have to read that. You can just play the clip I put right here. It's the same thing.
Oh wait, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Deep in his meditations, peering through the dark side, Master Yoda felt a sudden surge of anger, of outrage beyond control. The diminutive master's eyes popped open wide at the overwhelming strength of that rage. And then he heard a voice, a familiar voice, crying, "No, Anakin, no, don't, no!" It was Qui-Gon. Yoda knew that it was Qui-Gon, but Qui-Gon was dead, had become one with the Force. One could not retain consciousness and sense of self in that state. One could not speak from beyond the grave. But Yoda had heard the ghostly call, and in his deep meditative state, his thoughts focused as precisely as they had ever been. The Jedi Master knew that he had not been mistaken. He wanted to focus on that then, perhaps to try to follow that call back to the ghostly source, but he could not, overwhelmed again by the surge of rage and pain and power. He made a noise and lurched forward, then came out of his trance as his door opened and Mace Windu rushed in. "What is it?" Mace asked. "Pain, suffering, death. I fear something terrible has happened. Young Skywalker is in pain. terrible pain. He didn't tell Mace the rest of it. That somehow Anakin's rush of agony manifesting in the Force had tapped into the spirit of the dead Jedi Master who had discovered him. Too much was happening here. That disembodied familiar voice hung profoundly in Yoda's thoughts. For if it was true, if he had heard what he was sure he had heard... Anakin, too, had heard the voice of Qui-Gon, imploring him to restrain himself, to deny the rage. He hadn't recognized it, though, for he was too full of pain and rage. He spotted a Tusken woman to the side, in front of another of the tents, carrying a pail of dirty water, and saw a Tusken child in the shadows of another nearby hut, staring at him with an incredulous expression. Then he was moving, though he was hardly aware of his actions. His blade flashed and he ran on. The Tusken woman screamed and was impaled. Now all the camp seemed in motion, Tuskens rushing out of every hut, many with weapons in hand. But Anakin was into the dance of death then, into the energy of the Force. He leapt far and long, clearing one hut and coming down before another, his blade flashing even before he landed, even before the two Tuskens recognized that he had jumped between them. A third came at him, thrusting forth a spear, but Anakin lifted an empty hand and set up a wall of Force energy, as solid as stone. Then he shoved out with that hand, and the Tusken spearmen flew away fully 30 meters, smashing through the wall of yet another hut. Anakin was often running, often leaping, his blade spinning left and right in a blur, every stab taking a Tusken down, writhing to the ground, every slash putting a piece of a Tusken on the ground. Soon, none were standing against him, all trying to flee, but Anakin would have none of that. He saw one group rush into a hut and reached out across the way to a large boulder in the distance. It flew to his call, soaring across the sand, smashing one fleeing Tusken down and flying on. Anakin dropped it on the hut full of Tuskens, crushing them all. And then he was running, his strides enhanced by the Force, overcoming the fleeing creatures, slaughtering them, every one. He didn't feel empty any longer. He felt a surge of energy and strength beyond anything he had ever known. Felt full of the Force, full of power, full of life. And then it was over. Suddenly it seemed. And Anakin stood among the ruins of the encampment. Dozens and dozens of dead Tusken raiders all about him. And only a single hut still standing. He put his lightsaber away and walked back to that hut, where he gently and reverently scooped his mother's body into his arms.
Okay, that was like a horror movie.
Yeah, and then that's very overpowered. Like, mind you that before an amp like this, Anakin was already on a similar tier of power of Yoda and Tyrannus, if not better than Yoda.
Alright, with the death of his mother, something seemed to snap inside. Wait, didn't we already have this, or should I read it?
No, it's a different statement.
Okay. With the death of his mother, something seemed to snap inside Anakin. Stricken with guilt and remorse, he felt a rage rising up inside him that he was unable to control. For he knew what was happening. He was striding through the camp, slaying everything that moved, man, woman, and child. So intense were his emotions that they roused the spirit of Qui-Gon Jinn, who called on Anakin to stop, while at the same time, on Coruscant, Master Yoda also sensed something was amiss in the Force. Nothing, however, could stop Anakin. Source: Relaunch Fact File 104.
This is basically Anakin's dragging the dark side itself, taking over. It's why he actually thinks that someone else killed the Tusken Raiders.
An epic battle made impossible by time. The fully grown Jedi Knight, Luke Skywalker, crosses lightsabers with Anakin Skywalker before his brutal defeat on Mustafar. Both Skywalkers are at the peak of their powers. Source: Star Wars Head-to-Head. This source runs only up until the end of 4 ABY. Anakin's peak of his powers is before his brutal defeat on Mustafar, not Return of the Jedi. Note: Head-to-Head was written by Star Wars official Pablo Hidalgo and officially published by Lucasfilm Licensing. While a cabal of experts gave their ideas on who wins at the end of the book, that is not presented as canonically binding. And Pablo even mocked their picks and said they determined the winner through means of mysterious. That doesn't mean the pages Pablo wrote aren't in continuity. Also, Jedi Knight could very well just refer to a Jedi in general, not specifically the rank of Knight. So it could easily mean Prime Luke. In fact, it seems almost likely. Wait, who did they say win?
They said Luke won.
Okay.
It is just MFV, so like I don't see it as like that bad, but at the same time it's still pretty bad because the RTS novelization says only Kenobi could, pull it off.
Such
continue.
injuries greatly diminish his abilities to use the Force, but Vader is still very powerful. Source: Star Wars Encyclopedia, Darth Vader. Keep in mind, Vader's ability to use the Force, not potential ability, was greatly diminished. This is a general character summary stretching up to Return of the Jedi. Source: Star Wars Blueprints, The Ultimate Collection. Darth Vader. After the Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker turned to the dark side of the Force, he became a Dark Lord of the Sith and Emperor Palpatine's deadliest lieutenant. Darth Vader betrayed and helped destroy the Jedi Order, but was mortally wounded in a duel on the planet Mustafar with his former friend and Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. Under Palpatine's supervision, surgical droids transformed Vader's mutilated body into an armored cyborg. Although the Dark Lord was entirely dependent on his armor's life support systems, and his formidable powers were drastically reduced by his injuries, he remained strong with the Force for the rest of his life. Next. The quote applies to Vader for the rest of his life. The Emperor saw in Luke Skywalker a better servant than his father. Luke was young and powerful, while Darth Vader had become a shadow of the man he once was. Palpatine played the two Skywalkers against each other, and in the end, Luke defeated his father. Source: Wizards, Icons of Episode 4. They contrast Vader being a shadow of the man he once was, with Luke being young and powerful. Not the end. It's somehow fitting that George Lucas would not leave Darth Vader to his fate in Revenge of the Sith, that he was compelled to revive Anakin Skywalker in the Clone Wars. After all, Luke acknowledges that the Star Wars characters are composites of himself, so it's reasonable to surmise that he wasn't prepared to walk away from one of his most iconic characters. The man who becomes the very thing he was trying to protect himself against. By returning to Anakin in his prime, when he was a young man that old Ben Kenobi ultimately recalls as a good friend, Lucas is arguably more effective than even Luke Skywalker at reviving and restoring the character. This is no different than the canon quotes used to put Vader above Anakin. Anakin is explicitly said to be in his prime here. Now he's half machine and half man, so he's lost a lot of his power in the Force and a lot of his ability to become more powerful than the Emperor. George Lucas, Empire Strikes Back DVD commentary. Lucas distinguishes between potential, power, ability to become more powerful than Sidious, and power in the Force. Vader has declined in both. Strikingly, in the story of Anakin Skywalker, the hero must fall from grace, then later redeem himself, in order to fulfill the prophecy. Thus, Darth Vader becomes a fallen angel figure. From being the most powerful Jedi, a fearless hero of the Republic, Anakin falls to the lowest possible point because of his desire for power and security. Vader stays in the lowest possible point, hell, until he redeems himself. This contrasts with the prior position of him being the most powerful Jedi, so it's power relevant.
Alright, I can read this.
Alright.
As a kid, I had always imagined that whatever transformed Anakin to Vader had actually made him more powerful. But when we were working on The Force Unleashed at LucasArts, George Lucas told us that after Revenge of the Sith, the Emperor views Vader as broken, and believes Anakin's physical transformation to Vader has left him weaker and less useful. The idea that Vader is somehow less powerful than Anakin really depressed me. Source: George Lucas to Hayden Blackman and Lucasfilm meeting. Lucas told Blackman that Anakin is more powerful than Vader in an official board meeting that Blackman had to attend. Blackman is the head of TFU and TFU-2, which is why the game bio says Vader's body was shattered and turned into a shell of his former self. Source: The Force Unleashed. For his first act as Palpatine's disciple, Darth Vader led a brutal attack on the Jedi Temple, slaughtering most of the Jedi Knights, Masters, and even younglings inside. He then traveled to Mustafar to destroy the remnants of the Confederacy. Obi-Wan Kenobi pursued Vader to the volcanic planet, and the two engaged in a terrible duel that led to Vader's fall and into a molten pit. Having declared himself Emperor, Palpatine soon arrived to rescue Vader, who was transformed into a shell of his former self, his shattered body sustained by specifically built armor and a breathing apparatus. That's really the other part isn't really worth reading. It's just background info. Vader would have become infinitely more powerful if he hadn't ended up in his suit. If he hadn't become half man, half machine, which diminishes his powers considerably. Source: George Lucas, A New Hope alternative commentary with archival interviews from cast and crew. Source: Jedi vs. Sith. And so Anakin Skywalker, hopelessly entranced by my promise to show him the secrets of eternal life, became Darth Vader. Although he fulfilled Darth Maul's dream of bringing down the Jedi Temple and also killed the leaders of the Confederacy, I regret that Vader disappointed me early on when he allowed himself to be mutilated by Kenobi. Yes, Vader remained strong in the fullest, but strong enough to succeed me? Never. Granted. He was strong enough to kill me, but it only lasted for so long. This is as what I brought up earlier. Vader has these mechanics installed in him that allow him to be more powerful than he should. You can read this next part.
Okay. Palpatine agrees IU. Huh?
In universe.
What? Oh. Palpatine agrees in universe. It is in this blazing moment that you finally understand the trap of the dark side. The final cruelty of the Sith, because now yourself is all you will ever have. And your rage will scream, and your rage and scream will reach through the Force to crush the shadow who has destroyed you. But you are so far less now than what you were. You are more than half machine. You are like a painter gone blind, a composer gone deaf. You can remember where the power was, but the power you can touch is only a memory. And so with all your world-destroying fury, it is only droids around you that implode, and the equipment, and the table on which you are strapped shatters. And in the end, you cannot touch the shadow. In the end, you do not even want to. Revenge of the Sith novel, page 417. Keep in mind, that George Lucas line editing here. Star Wars chronicles the prequels. As Vader becomes more machine than man, his connection to the Force diminishes. Though still powerful, he has but a shadow of his former potential. Sidious realizes that Vader is not the Sith apprentice he had planned for. Vader, as his assistant, even though he's very powerful and strong, is one of the underlings of the Emperor, and therefore is pretty much of an equal scale with the highest level of underlings. In this particular movie, he is a rather pathetic character. He's a shadow of his former self, and is getting pushed around by bureaucrats. You know, it's not altogether what people originally thought Vader was, which was this all-powerful king of the universe. Source: George Lucas and New Hope DVD commentary. And source: StarWars.com 2011. Relationships. Darth Vader. Darth Vader pledged his loyalty to Darth Sidious as the Clone Wars came to an end. Kneeling before his Dark Master, Vader assumed the mantle of Dark Lord of the Sith. His first assignment was to wipe out the Jedi Temple. After Vader was defeated by Obi-Wan Kenobi and suffered severe injuries, his power was diminished. Darth Sidious rebuilt his apprentice, but kept his sickly yellow eye open for another who could take his place.
You want me to finish this off?
Yeah, finish it off.
Alright. Where Darth Sidious had gained everything, Vader had lost everything, including for the moment at least the self-confidence and unbridled skill he had demonstrated as Anakin Skywalker. Source: Dark Lord, The Rise of Darth Vader. Obi-Wan trained Anakin in the ways of the Force, but Skywalker was impatient with the Jedi's painstaking methods. Skywalker let himself be embraced by the rapturous power of the dark side into the Sith Lord Darth Vader. Kenobi tried to draw him back to the light side, but they engaged in a duel on Mustafar that ultimately ended with Skywalker's body being consumed by flame. The shell of a man who was emerged was sustained by specifically built armor and a breathing apparatus. Source: Empire at War, Forces of Corruption Primer Guide. I'm just gonna say real quickly, it didn't really look like Kenobi tried all that hard. It looked like he tried harder in the Revenge of the Sith video game, if I'm being honest. Source: Pablo Hidalgo, Twitter. I'm not so sure Luke was an awesome Jedi in Return of the Jedi. He was just a little bit better than old, tired, confused, last as Brian Vader. Luke wouldn't have passed master over a youngling from the old days. That was pretty much George's take on the matter. Alright, now we can go back to that Crisis video. That is it. We can finish this shit up.
Yeah.
Side, bearing his waning adherence to it and his confliction against the far weaker Obi-Wan. He was already stronger than Sidious for a brief period, with Vader eventually surpassing that level many times over, as stated. While Sidious undoubtedly grew stronger over the course of the dark times leading into the original trilogy, the fact still remains that Vader, by his prime, would as well be far greater than the likes of Nightfall Anakin, as well as Revenge of the Sith Sidious. So given the fact that Sidious, weaker than he was when he fought Yoda, and weaker than Nightfall Anakin, who is weaker than Prime Vader, was able to quickly dispatch with 3 of the best council member fighters, sans Mace and Yoda, at the same time. Vader would likely, based on all this evidence, be able to do the same. There are statements that Sidious's weird scream here nerfed his opponents, granting him the easy victory. Even at face value, this wouldn't change much, as Vader as well has access to certain light side nerfing powers, with the dark side in him passively striking fear in those nearby, nearly drowning them in terror. I believe both Sidious versus Mace's squad, as well as the events of Star Wars Purge, or even Grievous fighting off multiple council members and winning, act as apt templates for how this fight would go down. In Star Wars Purge, an enraged Vader hoping to seize revenge against Obi-Wan is led into a trap by 8 Order 66 survivors. The first Jedi lunges for a strike and is immediately struck down. Another is effortlessly pushed to the side. Another one falls. Vader is scored by a blade.
Yeah,
with
Vader
no
performs
apparent
poorly
damage,
against
dodges
the
another swing,
Father Republic.
reposits, and is met by
Yeah.
Vader performs very poorly against these Jedi who are lacking so much more in living force, and they're just basic Jedi. It's just overall a bad showing. Continue.
Cortosis blade. These Jedi having prepared for this Vader, eager to satiate his bloodlust. The blade disables his saber for the next few minutes. The Sith simply snaps her neck and takes the blade for himself. He swiftly deactivates the sabers of 3 Jedi one after the other. He loses a hand, however, is struck in the leg, and feigns surrender. The Jedi debate whether to kill their seemingly defeated opponent, leading to betrayal. Vader in turn rises to his feet and easily bears a blade into his next victim's chest. Now just 3 Jedi remain, 4 brought down by Vader's own hands. Clones arrive in dispatch of 1 more. Vader clutches the last master in the air, sustaining a saber through the head, holding him in place as blaster fire takes his life. Keep in mind too that despite ultimately being heavily damaged after this, Vader here is only from 1 month after Revenge of the Sith. A drop in the bucket compared to what he'd become by the time of Return of the Jedi, making the likes of Masters Yoda and Windu irrelevant by comparisons. Also keep in mind here that these Jedi were prepared for Darth Vader, whereas in this what-if fight scenario, the Council would have no idea what Vader is capable of. It's just some threat from the future that none of them recognize coming after them. Also keep in mind that in tandem with the already stated Car Vastor comparison to Mace, this early Vader level combatant with none of his self-control was able to stalemate Yoda for days. A Force user's lack of control can make all the difference in a fight. A good example is Attack of the Clones Anakin, being stated to possibly have Yoda's level of power already, only lacking the skill to make the most of it compared to the roughly 900-year-old Grandmaster. So having the power but lacking control over it can take one from barely pressing Dooku, if even that, to pushing him into retreating and being his superior. Given that, it's safe to say that Vader, by the time he's mastered the Force and surpassed his various peaks multiple times, he'd be able to replicate this feat with far greater ease, even against foes as prestigious as the Jedi Council. However, this would certainly be the toughest fight of Vader's life, and he'd have to play it smart at every turn. Against Old Ben, remembering his last duel, Vader took a very safe and measured approach against his former master, leading to a visually underwhelming fight. However, if he let his hatred get the better of him as it did on Mustafar and in Purge to some extent, it could easily create openings for the other remaining Jedi to exploit. Force Judgment's resemblance to Force Lightning could easily potentially cause some trouble for Vader. However, again, if the Dark Lord used the utmost of his skills, he could counter it with his own electric judgment or two to menace. Vapod's ability to redirect dark energy is notable, however, it was already being pushed to its breaking point against Revenge of the Sith Sidious, who I've already established pales in comparison to Vader's prime. Form 7 would only prove useful for
Sidious
so
that Mace is fighting is like the Sidious that Mace is fighting like eclipses Vader by like so much physically, it's not even funny.
Obi-Wan was pretty much pushed to his utmost limits against a severely weakened and conflicted Anakin, stated to be between worlds and vulnerable, and even lacking his Sith eyes to visually signify this. He only gets them back after he's burning on the shore of lava. Anakin, when in the right mind, was shown and stated to be far above the likes of Dooku, who consistently bullied and ragdolled Obi. A Vader far stronger than that Anakin and Dooku, who's already tempered his emotions to the point of remaining in control against Kenobi, would surely dispatch with the negotiator with little difficulty in this hypothetical. As far as saber combat, Vader has dealt with multiple attackers all sporting alternating and unpredictable techniques assaulting him at once, with the Sith easily parrying and countering via his mastery of all combat. Per this, he'd simply be able to replicate any of these masters' favored forms. The Council's best bet is if maybe Obi-Wan could create some kind of psychological opening within Vader, although he probably would not know that it was Anakin unless he said something to give it away, which would leave him either uncontrolled or off guard, with Plo's lightning interfering then with the Sith's life support, and Yoda and Mace just pummeling Vader as the two powerhouses present among the Jedi. However, in all honesty, against a seasoned, mature, measured, and wise Return of the Jedi Vader, I see the Dark Lord bullying most of the less relevant members through the Force alone towards the start of this encounter. We've seen a no-nonsense Vader do this very thing against the likes of Ram Koda as an example, as well as many masters seen in Purge. The likes of Sashi Tin, Fisto, etc. are all falling to his blade even faster than they did in Insidious, leaving Vader to contend with the likes of Windu, who was already stated to be a drop in the ocean that is the Sith Lord's power, and Yoda, who an essentially massively nerfed and far weaker Vader already matched for days on end. Also, Vader and Sidious have managed to fight off multiple Jedi Masters. However, the Jedi in contrast have rarely ever successfully jumped an opponent. Grievous bodied multiple Council members in the 2D Clone Wars, Maul even managed to outmaneuver Qui-Gon and Obi to a point, as well as Mace and Aayla Secura. This scenario almost always ends in favor of the villain, with Darth Sidious regarding Vader as his masterpiece and the greatest Jedi killer of all time, placing him above the likes of Grievous and Maul, who again, when the Jedi had the numbers on their side, was still able to contend with and in most cases outdo them. In summary, much of, if not all of the Jedi Council are weaker than Anakin, who Vader far surpasses at his peak, with the likes of Revenge of the Sith Sidious, whom Vader as well eclipsed, and the Sith Lord himself boasting feats of team-busting multiple Jedi at once. Darth Vader's intense study and various abilities, all featuring a counter to the Council's own powers, lightning, Vapod, mind reading, as well as saber combat, would all grant him a fairly hard-fought victory over those who'd rejected his ascension to Jedi Master 2 decades prior. With all of that said, thanks for watching, and be sure to let me know any future rankings or matchups you'd want to see later in the future. As always, I'll see you all next time.
That's pretty much the end of it. That's pretty much the end of the video, yeah. My god, the Vader glazing right there at the end was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, this man is really comparing Vader beating these no-name Jedi compared to the Council. I'm sorry, that's bad. That's a bad argument.
Yeah.
Well, the real conclusion is the Jedi Council bullies the heck out of Vader until Empire Strikes Back. By Empire Strikes Back, he has the mentality, the fear hacks, and the mechanics to beat 99% of the Council. The only one he would lose to is, of course, Anakin Skywalker / Nightfall Darth Vader.
And I recorded this video so my friend, Percival101, or Percival Night in the Flames, could convey this message. I know that this was a very long video, but I do hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah, and before you do end this real quickly, I tagged you one more time. Click on this link real quickly. We're not going to go through it since we just did, but I want you to click on it and just show them where we got this. This is the source. This is from Volius. He's a good Star Wars scholar. He's been at it way longer than me as well. He's an expert. Check out the thread if you're interested in more depth analysis of how Anakin works.
Yeah. You know, I was supposed to do a discussion or debate with Valius or Valius, but you know, the problem is our schedules don't match. It's just
it's very hard. It's very hard to find a good time.
But yeah, you could see all these things. You could slow down the video if you wish. Subscribe to Valius's channel. He's pretty good. He's Star Wars Decrypted now, right?
Yeah, he's Star Wars Decrypted now.
Yeah. So go ahead, subscribe to him, look at his videos, and you might learn something pretty good. And with that, we'll end the video. If you like the video, consider subscribing to my Percival and Valius's channel. And we will see you on the next one.
Yep, Percival out.
Out.